This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area. This, this, this should be played. This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
Due to some violent content, parental discretion is advised.
Shalom, Salama, Siyemi, Shalom to you, family of bruh. Shabbat Shalom. It's your man Ross T, aka Red Letter Rap. And if you're wondering where Yazarette is at the moment, she had a friend of hers come up from North Carolina to visit her and everything, a long time friend. So what kind of man would I be if I didn't, understand? So she might join up with us via with her phone, and she may not. It's all to the good. Regardless, what kind of man would I be if I didn't allow her to, or if I didn't understand, I should say, not allow, but if I didn't understand if she wanted to spend some time with a longtime female friend of hers, she's known forever. So our brother Hario might be joining up with us here in a little bit. Until then, Shabbat Shalom to you always, Brother Jason Camphor. Shabbat Shalom to you always, Rachel S. Yes, make sure you like, share, subscribe, and let people know that we're live right now here over on YouTube and things. There's probably some people joining from over on Facebook, aka Coonbook. That's just what I call it, but you already know that. Shabbat Shalom to you always, Auntie Cam 2 player. Let's see here. Shabbat Shalom, D Nice. I love the name change there. You know what I'm saying? I love that. I love that, D Nice. Break it down like this. All right, Shabbat Shalom to you always, Mario Yahshua forever. Let's see here. Shabbat Shalom to you always, my brother, my Ak, Samuel Nace. Shabbat Shalom to you always, Ak. Let's see here. Shabbat Shalom to you always, Cindy Carr, and everyone else that's going to join up with us here in a little bit. Ooh, I got to turn my notifications off on my phone, because that's going to be annoying here in a little bit. Let's see here. So we still got some more people on the way in just a little bit. But if y'all did not know, I'm back. I've been doing concrete, back doing that. So this week has been a rough week for y'all, man. A rough week. So today I had to go back in. I had to take today to go back in and edit some of the PDF and everything, and remaking everything. So I had to find out kind of the hard way that since I have a subscription to Adobe Acrobat, that Adobe Acrobat would actually allow me to create the PDF and edit it and things like that, and edit out some of the cell phone screenshotness and things like that. So but there was so much editing to do, to make it as clean as possible. And there's still a little more to go. Now, last Shabbat, we ended up getting through 35 chapters. And so I don't know how many chapters we have left per se, but depending on how well everything goes, we might get to the end. We might actually finish this book tonight. I don't want to promise that. I'm just saying that's a possibility. So that's all right. It's all right. So I guess we have 8 folks in the chat right now, and I gotta tell you, family, I had no idea. Definitely, Shalom. Thanks for the greetings, family. So to our brother Samuel Nace. So I ended up I don't check all the time. I don't go back and check the views and things like that. I just let the word be the word. And so I wanted to make sure what chapter we left off on last week, just to be on the safe side. So I knew exactly where to start editing and things like that. And lo and behold, all praise to the Most High Yah. I got to show y'all, family. And once again, some all y'all that know me know for certain I'm not in this for fame. I am not in this for any kind of exaltation, anything like that. I'm just humbled and pleased just to be of use. And so I'm getting ready to share a screen with y'all in just a moment. And I wanted to show y'all something. Um, all praise to the Most High Yah for last week's video. And so let me go ahead and remove that and then share screen with y'all over here on the Chrome tab. And so all praise to the Most High Yah. Now you see that we are live right now. Let me go ahead and move my picture out the way. I don't need none of that over there. And let me go ahead and try to zoom in the best I can. So last week's video for Adam and Eve had 812 views from last week to today. And outside of the Kingdom build with our brother Pastor Keith Wilkins, this has been like the biggest response, the biggest amount of views. So all praise to the Most High Yah for what He's doing and speaking to everybody about. Oh, there she is. Shalom, beloved. Uh, Shalom to you always. TX before you. I'm glad she's tuning in at least. So let's see here. Shabbat Shalom to you always, Rohan Raguram. Always good to have you in the building. Let's see here. But all praise to the Most High for what He's doing. That's right. All praise to the Most High Yah, Allah Yah. So with 12 people in the chat, I usually start praying about 10 or more. Um, oh, that's man, that's all praise to the Most High. There's a lot in there, a lot that we covered last Shabbat, and so we're going to go in even deeper into these scriptures. I mean, it's a blessing to even read these. All right, but if you can, you will please bow your heads and pray with us as we get ready to bring the scriptures on in, and just give thanks and praise to the Most High for everything that's going on in our lives and correction and everything. Abba Ahaya, Most High Yah of Yasharel, Most High Yah of Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov, the one true Elohim of all creation, creator of all the heavens and earth and everything within, Yahweh, Sabaoth. Abba, we come humbly before your throne, as always, and we thank you for this day of rest. We thank you for all the blessings you've given us, and Abba, we ask always to bestow your Holy Spirit upon this house, upon this message, to allow us to be properly nourished by your word and giving us understanding. But we always want to make sure to take a moment to always ask that you forgive us of our sins and iniquities, those things known and unknown. Reveal to us those things that are unknown to us, Abba, so that way we know what to rebuke and not return to. But we ask forgiveness for the sins and iniquities of our forefathers and our ancestors as we look towards the east, as we look home towards Jerusalem. And we ask that you allow us to come back home into the land in which you promised us. In Yahweh Shai, holy name we pray. Amen. Hallelujah. All right, all right. So let me go ahead and pull the scriptures back on up over here. And I want to make sure in just a moment that everything is blowed up enough. It seems to be. I'll probably go ahead and blow this up just a little bit more. Let's go to about 60%. And so that right there should definitely, because on my phone it's a little on the fuzzy side. And if it's fuzzy on my phone, I can only imagine that it might be on fuzzy, on some of y'all's phones as well. I know some people might be hello, y'all. Some of y'all might be watching on your TV. Some of y'all might be watching on your PC, things like that. But I want to make sure I give everybody a fair opportunity to read these scriptures as always. It's very important that everybody gets a chance to see these scriptures and read these scriptures right along with us. So you're not just getting somebody just reading the word to you and it's not what the word says. So last Shabbat, we left off on chapter 35, and there was a lot that we have got a chance to go through. Now, see, this is some of the stuff that I got to edit out down here and over here. There's just a lot more that I got to go back through to make sure this is clean for everybody. Um, so we got a chance to see them coming out of the garden in all types of manners in which Hasatan was deceiving them, trying to deceive them, and just messing with their whole existence, and how the Most High had saved them, redeemed them, and even raised them from the dead multiple times. So there's just so much that had happened from last Shabbat's reading, So there's just so much, and so I'll just go ahead and start right here. 35 is a very short chapter. It's only got 2 verses in it. So we're just going to start right here and just go ahead and just read on. Then Elohim looked again upon Adam and his weeping and groaning, and the word of Elohim came to him and said unto him, O Adam, when thou wast in my garden, thou knewest neither eating nor drinking, neither faintness nor suffering, neither leanness of flesh nor change. Neither did sleep depart from thine eyes. But since thou transgressed and camest into this strange land, all these trials are come upon thee. And this right here starts, a couple chapters ago, we start seeing more and more how the Most High reminds him and Eve, that while they were in the garden and kept his commandment, everything was good. It was all good, all blessings, you know. But since he transgressed, him and Eve, they had to come into a strange land and go through all these trials because they didn't know hunger or thirst. They didn't know what hot or cold was. They didn't have a concept of being hungry. They had no concept of none of these, nor change. Neither leanness of flesh nor change, none of these things. They had a bright nature. They could see far off. They could see into the spirit realm. They could see all the angels around them. They could see all the luminaries when they had their bright nature, when they were following the commands and doing as they were supposed to. And so I believe we had got to the verse. If we hadn't, this is going to be a spoiler. But we also got a chance to see how the Most High told him that he knew he was going to transgress, but he had to give him a commandment because he wasn't going to force him out of the garden. For he had sought for him and Eve to come out of the garden on their own free will, so that way they could populate the earth. But the Most High wanted children of light to populate the earth, of that bright nature to populate the earth. And so he wasn't going to force him out, but he knew that he was going to transgress. But he had to make sure he gave him a commandment, and he had to make sure he gave him the consequence of not following the commandment. And he reminded him, he said, if I hadn't given you a commandment, nor given you the consequence thereof, my creation, you and my creation would blame me for your fall. So I had to tell you of a consequence. I had to make sure it was known to you. All right. So here we go. Chapter 36, the figs. Then Elohim commanded the cherub who kept the gate of the garden with a sword of fire in his hand to take some of the fruit of the fig tree and give it to Adam. The cherub obeyed the command of Yahweh Elohim and went to the garden and brought 2 figs on 2 twigs, each fig hanging to itself, or to its leaf, sorry. Uh, they were from 2 of the trees among which Adam and Eve hid themselves when Elohim went to walk in the garden. And the word of Elohim came to Adam and Eve and said to them, Adam, Adam, where art thou? And Adam answered, O Elohim, here am I. When I heard the sound of thee and thy voice, I hid myself because I am naked. Then the cherub took the 2 figs and brought them to Adam and Eve. But he threw them from afar, for they might not come near the cherub by reason of their flesh, that they could not come near the fire. At first, angels trembled at the presence of Adam and were afraid of him. But now Adam trembled before the angels and was afraid of them. Keep that in mind, family. This is the bright nature in which they already had. This is how they were already like the Most High and didn't even know it. They were given such dominion, such a status with the Most High, above the angels, that the angels trembled before Adam. But now, in his fallen state, Adam trembled before the angels and was afraid of them. Then Adam drew near and took 1 fig, and Eve also came in turn and took the other. And as they took them up in their hands, they looked at them and knew that they were from the trees among which they had hidden themselves. Chapter 37. 43 days of penance do not redeem 1 hour of sin. This is from verse 6, what we're getting ready to read. Then Adam said to Eve, Seest thou not these figs and their leaves, with which we covered ourselves when we were stripped of our bright nature? But now we know not what misery and suffering may come upon us from eating them. Now therefore, O Eve, let us restrain ourselves and not eat of them, thou and I, and let us ask Elohim to give us of the fruit of the tree of life. And this becomes, this right here is an ongoing thing, as well as since they've been, exiled from the garden, that they keep asking, Yahweh to bring them back into the garden, to give them something from the garden, or to give them from the tree of life. And he has to keep reminding them of the covenant of 5.5 great days, the 5,500 years until his word would come down, until Yahweh would come down and be made sacrifice for Adam, Eve, and their righteous seed, all those that will call upon him. And so we had got that from the first testimony, or the first prophecy about the coming of Christ, or the first coming of Hamashiach. And he had been reminded of this 5.5 great days many times over. And so once again, this is another attempt from Adam to ask the Most High, for something from the garden, especially something from the tree of life, or to come back to the garden, or to another place of rest. And he's like, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. I've already made a covenant with you, and I can't go back on that. So once again, this reminds us that the Most High is not a man that he should lie, and he is not going to change his word. When he says something the first time, that's what it is. All right, there's no change in that. So, thus did Adam and Eve restrain themselves and did not eat of these figs. But Adam began to pray to Elohim and to beseech him to give him of the fruit of the tree of life, saying thus, O Elohim, when we transgressed thy commandment at the 6th hour, and I know it says Friday, family, I trust and believe. I don't go along with this Friday, thing that they keep putting inside of here. I say the 5th day. or the sixth day, actually. Um, so, O Elohim, when we transgressed thy commandment at the sixth hour of the sixth day, we were stripped of our bright nature we had, and did not continue in the garden after our transgression more than 3 hours. But on the evening, thou madest us come out of it. O Elohim, we transgressed against thee 1 hour, and all these trials and sorrows have come upon us until this day. And those days together with this, the 43rd day, do not redeem that 1 hour in which we transgressed? So this is like an exclamation and a question at the same time, even though they didn't put it there, because he's still asking the questions like, all this that we've been through, all this suffering we've been through, has this not, redeemed us? Do not, in those days together with this, the 43rd day, do not redeem that 1 hour in which we transgressed after all this whooping we've been getting, and so, O Elohim, look upon us with an eye of pity, and do not requite us according to our transgression of thy commandment in the presence of thee. O Elohim, give us of the fruit of the tree of life, that we may eat of it and live, and turn not to see sufferings and other trouble in this earth, for thou art Elohim. When we transgressed thy commandment, thou made us come out of the garden, and didst send a cherub to keep the tree of life, lest we should eat thereof and live, and know nothing of the faintness after we transgressed. So he's already ready to forget the transgression. He's ready to just, he's already, after 43 days, he's like, I'm trying to go back to the bright nature. I'm sorry. They fasted for 35 days. They've been through that. They went through the first baptism. They went through the first fasting for 40 days or 35 days. They went through the first of everything so far, everything. And so this is to allow us to understand, in this day and age that, shalom to you always, Jules B. I'm just taking a look over to see everybody that's joining on in. Shabbat shalom to you always, Yvette Rivera. Let's see here. And Shabbat shalom to everybody still joining us from over on Dale J. Shabbat shalom to you as well. Shabbat shalom to you always, Kimbler J. I know if you're right here, Kimbler J's got to be right here as well. But Shabbat shalom to everybody joining us from over on Facebook as well. So he's ready to forget all the transgressions. He wants that fruit from the tree of life, that they can be restored and live and know nothing of this faintness that they're going through after they transgressed. And he continues this, but now, O Yahweh, behold, we have endured all these days and have borne sufferings. Make these 43 days an equivalent for the 1 hour in which we transgressed. So he's asking him to make it equal. Like we done went through all this. We only messed up for 1 hour in the garden, and let this be as as an equal punishment. So chapter 38, when 5,500 years are fulfilled. So after these things, the word of Elohim came to Adam and said unto him, O Adam, as the fruit of the tree of life for which thou askest, I will not give it to thee now, but when the 5,500 years are fulfilled, then will I give thee of the fruit of the tree of life, and thou shalt eat and live forever, thou and Eve and thy righteous seed. But these 43 days cannot make amends for the hour in which thou didst transgress my commandment. And so some people might be wondering, why? What I'm saying? Some people out there might wonder why. It's Adam and Eve are the first, what I'm saying? He made Adam first, made Eve from his rib, Why wouldn't he, why wouldn't he be more gentle and kind with them? Well, from what we read last Shabbat, I'm here to tell you, he raised them from the dead multiple times. They had killed themselves a couple times. And, you know, he had raised them up like, nah, this right here, you need to stop doing that. He's like, I made a covenant with you, and nothing's going to stop that. Now you stop that. You stop what you're doing and endure. Do as I'm asking you to do now, because I asked you to do something before and you transgressed. Now I'm giving you a chance to live in another land. Yeah, I know it's not as beautiful as the garden, but I'm giving you another chance. I'm trying to tell you to do this now, to endure. And I've given you a promise. Believe in that promise and do as I've asked of you. So, O Adam, I gave thee to eat of the fig tree in which thou didst hide thyself. Go and eat of it, thou and Eve. So he's telling him, like, look, I sent the figs to you. Eat those. It says, I will not deny thy request, neither will I disappoint thy hope. Therefore, bear up unto the fulfillment of the covenant I made with thee. So I guess that I spoiled it. You know what I'm saying? Right here's where he told him, you know, I'm going to give you that later on down the line. Yeah, a long time from now. But I'm not going to deny that request. And he says, I neither will I disappoint thy hope. But he's saying, therefore, bear up unto the fulfillment of the covenant I made with thee. Endure is what he's saying. Endure. I gave you a promise. I gave you a covenant. So endure. And Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. Chapter 39. And Adam is cautious, but too late. Then Adam returned to Eve and said to her, arise and take a fig for thyself, and I will take another, and let us go to our cave. Then Adam and Eve took each a fig and went towards the cave. The time was about the setting of the sun, and their thoughts made them long to eat of the fruit. But Adam said to Eve, I am afraid to eat of this fig. I know not what may come upon me from it. So Adam wept and stood praying before Elohim, saying, satisfy my hunger, without my having to eat this fig. For after I have eaten it, what will it profit me? And what shall I desire and ask of thee, O Elohim, when it is gone? And he said again, I am afraid to eat of it, for I know not what befall me through it. So, chapter 40, the first human hunger. Then the word of Elohim came to Adam and said unto him, O Adam, why hadst thou not this dread, neither this fasting, nor this care, ere this or before this? And why hadst thou not this fear before thou didst transgress? That's a good question. We got to be asking ourselves these questions, before we act a fool. You know what I'm saying? So why was we not afraid, or why didn't we not fast properly, or why did we not care about the things that we do until we get punished or whooped for it? Until it's too late. And he says, why hast thou not this fear before thou didst transgress? And this is why we get later in the line from Shalomah or Solomon that fear of the Most High is the first step to wisdom. You know what I'm saying? So right here. But when thou camest to dwell in this strange land, thy animal body could not be on earth without earthly food to strengthen it and restore its powers. Excuse me. And Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. So before all this, once again, they didn't have the desire to eat like that. It wasn't upon them. Now they're hungry, they're starving, they're weak. because they've transgressed and they lost their bright nature. Everything has changed. All right, so chapter 41, the first human thirst. Then Adam took the fig and laid it on the golden rods. Even Eve also took her fig and put it upon the incense. And the weight of each fig was that of a watermelon, for the fruit of the garden was much larger than the fruit of this land. Those were huge, huge figs. But when Adam and Eve remained standing and fasting the whole of that night until the morning dawned, when the sun arose, they were at their prayers, and Adam said to Eve, after they had done praying, "O Eve, come, let us go to the border of the garden, looking south, to the place where the river flows and is parted into 4 heads. There we will pray to Elohim and ask him to give us to drink of the water of life." So this right here should give another clue as to where the Garden of Eden was or is. Now, I'm not trying to tell nobody to go looking for it on your own and your own feet, because it is guarded. I believe the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? I believe it's also hidden from our eyesight as well. But if you were to stumble upon it, I do not think that the Most High would allow you to live, because it's not something we're supposed to get to until the ordained time. So when he says right here, to the border of the garden, looking south, to the place whence the river flows and is parted into 4 heads. So this is, once again, in Africa, the 4 heads. Yes, the 4 heads of the river Nile that breaks off into 4 other rivers. So, just like in Genesis, it says that the river Nile encompasses or goes by the land of Ethiopia. So, or through Ethiopia, it says it encompasses it. So, Shabbat Shalom to you always, my brother Vernon Weston. Yeah, right? TX before you can't fault them for trying, but y'all said it is what it is. That's right. No doubt. I'm looking at some of the comments right quick. No doubt. All right. So, and here they go again. And just like Sister TX before you said, they want something from the water. They want something from the garden. You know, they want to drink from the water of life. And she says, can't fault them for trying, but y'all said it is what it is. So, for Elohim has not fed us with the tree of life in order that we may not live. We will therefore ask him to give us of the water of life and to quench our thirst with it, rather than with a drink of water of this land. When Eve heard these words from Adam, she agreed, and they both arose and came to the southern border of the garden, upon the brink of the river of water, at some little distance from the garden. And they stood and prayed before Yahweh, and asked him to look upon them this once, to forgive them and to grant them their request. After this prayer from both of them, Adam began to pray with his voice before Elohim and said, "O Yahweh, when I was in the garden and saw the water that flowed from under the tree of life, my heart did not desire, neither did my body require to drink of it. Neither did I know thirst, for I was living, and above that which I am now. So that in order to live, I did not require any food of life, neither did I drink of the water of life. But now, O Elohim, I am dead. My flesh is parched with thirst. Give me of the water of life, that I may drink of it and live. Of thy mercy, O Elohim, save me from these plagues and trials, and bring me into another land different from this, if thou wilt not let me dwell in thy garden." Chapter 42. a promise of the water of life, the third prophecy of the coming of Hamashiach, Christ. Then came the word of Elohim to Adam and said unto him, O Adam, as to what thou sayest, bring me into a land where there is rest. It is not another land than this, but it is the kingdom of heaven where alone there is rest. But thou canst not make thy entrance into it at present, but only after thy judgment is past and fulfilled. Then will I make thee go up into the kingdom of heaven, thee and thy righteous seed, and I will give thee and them the rest thou askest for at present. And if thou saidst, give me of the water of life that I may drink and live, it cannot be this day. But on the day that I shall descend into hell, break the gates of brass and bruise in pieces the kingdoms of iron. The kingdoms of iron. Then will I in mercy save thy soul and the souls of the righteous, to give them rest in my garden. And that shall be when the end of the world is come. And again, as regards to the water of life thou seekest, it will not be granted thee this day, but on the day that I shall shed my blood upon thy head in the land of Golgotha. For my blood shall be the water of life unto thee at that time, and not to thee alone, but unto all those of thy seed who shall believe in me, that it be unto them for rest forever. Yahweh said again unto Adam, O Adam, when thou wast in the garden, these trials did not come upon to thee. But since thou didst transgress my commandment, all these sufferings have come upon thee. Now also does thy flesh require food and drink. Drink then of that water, that which flows by thee on the face of the earth. Then Elohim withdrew his word from Adam, and Adam and Eve worshipped Yahweh, and returned from the river of water to the cave. It was noonday, and when they drew near to the cave, they saw a large fire by it. So before I get too far away from this once again up here is also, this right here is that prophecy about Hamashiach right here. The land of Golgotha or Gethsemane, or the land in which he was crucified, hung on the tree, and outpoured blood and water. So for my blood shall be the water of life unto thee at that time, and not to thee alone, but unto all those of thy seed who shall believe in me, that it be unto them for rest forever. So this is also, we got to remember, Shalom to you always, essential growth. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Johan Duncan. Good to see you, Ak. Always good to have somebody new in the house. All right, so we got to remember by these words right here, this is reminding us that salvation is for all. Now, just like it says in the Second Testament, to the Jew first, and then to the Greek. So no matter which nation a person may come from, no matter who their forefather is, all the way up to Noah, so whether it be from Shem, Ham, or Japheth, these are all descendants of Adam. These are all of his seed. And we also got from the book of Isaiah, Yeshayahu, about how the Most High chose Yasharel to be a light unto the Gentiles. There's a price that comes with being chosen. There's a price that comes with the main covenant bearer, the promise that was given unto Yasharel. There's a price, and it's not an easy one, but it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Now, first and foremost, we got to be a light unto ourselves, unto our own nation, before we can be a light unto any other nation. And we're called to be a light unto the Gentiles, those that were not given a law, those that weren't given the promise, to show them how to live, to show them how the law of the Most High works, and how there is peace, how there is freedom, how there is rest, how there is a Shabbat rest that we're enjoying right now, how love works in the city of Jerusalem, how the homeless are taken care of, how the poor are taken care of, how the widow is taken care of, how the fatherless are taken care of, how the feast days work. These feast days, for the most part, are block parties. You know what I'm saying? Where everybody eats. Everybody's taken care of. Everybody. I don't understand I mean, after going across these scriptures, I don't know what our problem is. I don't know how we can't break these things down unto our own people and to everybody else about these feast days. You know what I'm saying? So, once again, Adam and Eve go through the first of everything. And so all the way up until now, and then also we have this right here, the Most High reminded him again, rubbing it in a little bit, like, when you was in my garden, these trials did not come unto thee. But since thou didst transgress my commandment, all these sufferings have come upon thee. So, next chapter, chapter 43. The devil attempts arson. Then Adam and Eve were afraid and stood still. And Adam said to Eve, "What is that? What is that fire by our cave? We do nothing in it to bring about this fire. We neither have bread to bake therein, nor broth to cook there. As to this fire, we know not the like, neither do we know what to call it. But ever since Elohim sent the cherub with a sword of fire that flashes and lightened in his hand, from fear of which we fell down and were like corpses. We have not seen this like, or seen the like. But now, O Eve, behold, this is the same fire that was in the cherub's hand, which Elohim had sent to keep the cave in which we dwell. O Eve, it is because Elohim is angry with us and will drive us from it. O Eve, we have again transgressed his commandment in that cave, so that he had sent this fire to burn around it and to prevent us from going into it. If this be really so, O Eve, where shall we dwell? And whither shall we flee from before the face of Yahweh? Since as regards the garden, he will not let us abide in it, and he has deprived us of the good things thereof. But he has placed us in this cave, in which we have borne darkness, trials, and hardships, until at last we found comfort therein. But now that he has brought us out into another land, who knows what may happen in it? And who knows but that the darkness of that land may be far greater than the darkness of this land? And who knows what may happen in that land by day or by night? And who knows whether it will be far or near, O Eve, where it will please Elohim to put us, maybe far from the garden of Eve, or where Elohim will prevent us from beholding him, because we have transgressed his commandment, and because we have made request unto him at all times. And see, he don't even know what's going on. He tripping. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to you always. Do it for the nation. That's right. I feel you, Waki. The Most High in the appointed time gonna get us there, no doubt. Hallelujah. So Adam don't even know what's going on. He don't even know that fire is not, something that the Most High is set in front of the cave. They don't know yet. So, O Eve, if Elohim will bring us into a strange land other than this, in which we find consolation, it must be to put our souls to death and blot out our names from the face of the earth. O Eve, if we are farther estranged from the garden and from Elohim, where shall we find him again? And ask him to give us gold, incense, myrrh, and some fruit from the fig tree. Where shall we find him to comfort us a second time? Where shall we find him that he may think of us as regards to the covenant he has made on our behalf? Then Adam said no more, and they kept looking, he and Eve, towards the cave and at the fire that flared up around it. But that fire was from Satan, for he had gathered trees and dry grasses and had carried and brought them to the cave and had set fire to them in order to consume the cave and what was in it, so that Adam and Eve should be left in sorrow, and he should cut off their trust in Elohim and make them deny him. So before we go too much further again, we got to remember this. This right here is key. This is very, very key in your day-to-day life. Even when life's unfair moments happen to you, when you ain't did nothing wrong, when you seeking the Father, you're trying to be refined daily. You're doing the best that you can to obey his laws, statutes, commandments, and judgments, walking in peace, walking in righteousness, walking in truth. You ain't causing no problems. You ain't cussing people out. You're not letting your flesh rise up and arguing with people, these things, this, that, and the third. But bad things may pop up every once in a while or, quite often to mess with you. So this is key in understanding that. This fire was from Satan. So this trouble upon your life comes from Satan to try to burn or consume your peace. And then right here, we're going to make this contemporary so that Adam and Eve should be left in sorrow, so that you and your family will be left in sorrow. And he should cut off your trust in the Most High and make you deny him. So I'm trying to make this contemporary along with what Adam and Eve had suffered and gone through, and how Satan continuously messes with them, or in this right here story, in this book, how we continuously mess with them since they have been brought out of the garden. Shabbat Shalom to you always called the truth. So, but by the mercy of Elohim, he could not burn the cave. For Elohim had sent his angel round the cave to guard it from such a fire until it went out. And this fire lasted from noonday until the break of day. That was the 45th day. Whew. Chapter 44, the power of fire over man. Yet Adam and Eve were standing and looking at the fire, and unable to come near the cave from their dread of the fire. And Satan kept on bringing trees and throwing them into the fire until the flame thereof rose up on high and covered the whole cave, thinking, as he did in his own mind, to consume the cave with much fire, but the angel of Yahweh was guarding it. And so I got to apologize for this little cell phone mark thing right here from when I was screenshotting. So I apologize, family. And yet he could not curse Satan, nor injure him by word, because he had no authority over him. Neither did he take to suing or using so with words from his mouth. Therefore did the angel bear with him without saying one bad word, until the word of Elohim came, who said to Satan, Go hence. Once before didst thou deceive my servants, and this time thou seekest to destroy them. Were it not for my mercy, I would have destroyed thee and thy hosts from off the earth. But I've had patience with thee unto the end of the world. Then Satan fled from before Yahweh, but the fire went on burning around the cave like a coal fire the whole day, which was the 46th day. And Adam and Eve had spent since they came out of the garden. So I know a lot of us be sitting here like, man, how come he didn't just destroy that devil? You know what I'm saying? Most High even have mercy upon that sucker. And his ways are not our ways. I know I'm sick and tired of the devil. I'm sick and tired of that high Satan messing with us on a regular basis, causing us to sin, deceiving. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of his hosts. I'm sick of all of his tricks. I'm sick of that. It's those principalities and mindsets that we're warned against on a daily, on an every minute basis of the day. So, and when Adam and Eve saw that the heat of the fire had somewhat cooled down, they began to walk towards the cave to get into it, as they were wont. But they could not, by the reason of the heat of the fire. Then they both took a weeping because of the fire that made separation between them and the cave, and that drew towards them, burning, and they were afraid. Then Adam said to Eve, See this fire of which we have a portion in us, which formerly yielded to us, but no longer does so, now that we have transgressed the limit of creation and changed our condition, and our nature is altered. Deep. Once again, then Adam said to Eve, See this fire of which we have a portion in us, which formerly yielded to us, but no longer does so, now that we have transgressed the limit of creation and changed our condition, and our nature is altered. But the fire is not changed in its nature, nor altered from its creation. Therefore has it now power over us. And when we have come near it, it scorches our flesh. Chapter 45. Why Ha-Satan didn't fulfill his promises. Then Adam rose and prayed unto Elohim, saying, See this fire, this fire has made separation between us and the cave in which thou hast commanded us to dwell. But now, behold, we cannot go into it. Then Elohim heard Adam and sent him his word that said, O Adam, see this fire? How different the flame and the heat thereof are from the garden of delights and the good things in it. When thou wast under my control, all creatures yielded to thee. But after thou hast transgressed my commandment, they all rise over thee. Man, Abba ain't playing, right? Abba, he got to keep reminding them. This right here has got to be a reminder unto us. As long as we keep his commandments, we shall be blessed. Trouble's going to try to find us. Ha-Satan going to try to bother us and everything else, but we shall be blessed if we keep them commandments. Again, Elohim said unto him, See, O Adam, how Satan has exalted thee, Keep that in mind for those out there. I mean, I can't say that about anybody in this chat because most everybody, 99% of everybody in here, I know. And I've seen y'all, met y'all in so many other, chat rooms and things like that of righteousness. Y'all learning. Y'all definitely got, the Most High, in your life, helping refine you, making you better. I'm not saying you perfect, but I'm saying He's working on you. You know what I'm saying? So this right here is for those that have made some kind of a covenant with the devil. This is for those out there that may be watching on over on Coonbook and things like that, that haven't changed their lives yet. They don't know the importance of changing their lives, of seeking the Most High, nor do they realize the importance of repentance. They don't realize the importance of obedience unto the Most High and trusting in Him, getting to know Him, getting to know His Word, get to know Yahweh Shai. So again, Elohim said unto him, see, O Adam, how Ha-Satan has exalted thee. Remember Ha-Satan in the garden, he promised things. He promised to exalt Adam and Eve with the Godhead, making them like the Most High. And the Most High is reminding him, see Adam, how Satan has exalted thee. He has deprived thee of the Godhead and of an exalted state like unto me, and has not kept his word to thee, but after all is become thy foe. It is he who made this fire in which he meant to burn thee and Eve. Why, O Adam, has he not kept his agreement with thee? Not even one day, but has deprived thee of the glory that was on thee, when thou didst yield to his command. So, thinkest thou, Adam, that he loved thee when he made this agreement with thee? Or that he loved thee and wished to raise thee on high? But no, Adam, he did not do all that out of love to thee, but he wished to make thee come out of light into darkness, and from an exalted state to degradation, from glory to abasement, from joy to sorrow, and from rest to fasting and fainting. Elohim said also to Adam, see this fire kindled by Satan around thy cave? See this wonder that surrounds thee? And know that it will encompass about both thee and thy seed, when ye hearken to his behest, that he will plague you with fire, and that ye shall go down into hell after ye are dead. I'm going to have to read that one more again. This is so people can actually get this and hopefully understand this. See this fire kindled by Satan around thy cave? See this wonder that surrounds thee? And know that it will encompass about both thee and thy seed when ye hearken to his behest. That he will plague you with fire, and that ye shall go down into hell after ye are dead. That's the cost of hearkening unto Ha-Satan and his ways, his pride. Then shall ye see the burning of his fire, that will thus be burning around you and your seed. There shall be no deliverance from it for you. But at my coming, in like manner as thou canst not now know, go into thy cave by reason of the great fire around it, not until my word shall come that will make a way for thee on the day of my covenant is fulfilled. There is no way for thee at present to come from hence to rest, not until my word comes, who is my word. Then will he make a way for thee, and thou shalt have rest. Yah. Then Elohim called with his word to that fire that burned around the cave, that it part itself asunder until Adam had gone through it. Then the fire parted itself by Elohim's order, and a way was made for Adam. And Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. So 46. How many times have I delivered thee out of his hand? Don't that almost sound familiar? How many times I got to tell you? How many times have I delivered thee out of his hand? Then Adam and Eve began again to come into the cave. And when they came to the way between the fire, Hasatan blew into the fire like a whirlwind and made on Adam and Eve a burning coal fire, so that their bodies were singed, and the coal fire scorched them. And from the burning of the fire, Adam and Eve cried aloud and said, O Yahweh, save us. Leave us not to be consumed and plagued by this burning fire, neither require us from having transgressed thy commandment. Then Elohim looked upon their bodies, on which Hasatan had caused fire to burn. So this is one of them things in this app, where they don't spell everything proper. And Elohim sent his angel that stayed the burning fire, but the wounds remained on their bodies. And Elohim said unto Adam, see Satan's love for thee, who pretended to give you thee the Godhead and greatness, and behold, he burns thee with fire and seeks to destroy thee from off the earth. Then look at me, O Adam. I created thee, and how many times have I delivered thee out of his hand? If not, would he not have destroyed thee? Elohim said again to Eve, what is it that he promised thee in the garden, saying, at the time ye shall eat of the tree, your eyes will be opened, and you shall become like Elohims, knowing good and evil? But lo, he has burnt your bodies with fire, and he has made you taste the taste of fire, for the taste of the garden, and has made you see the burning of fire, and the evil thereof, and the power it has over you. Now, something came into my mind back here, So a lot of people, these Luciferians out here, right? These Luciferians and elites and things, they've made this covenant with the devil, and they have this notion that they think that the devil is going to protect them, that the devil is going to win this war against the Most High. For some reason, these Luciferians and these Satanists out here have this wicked spirit upon them that they've fallen for the lie. They don't understand that being a human being makes them from the seed of Adam. Now, trust and believe, family. Don't get triggered. I know there are wheat and tares. Not everybody that is on this earth is of good seed. I get it. I understand. I'm with you. But for the most part, as I'm trying to explain here, being a human being means that Hasatan hates your guts. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, these people that make these covenants with him. and they fall for his lies. These people that perform witchcraft and they think that Satan is God. They have no understanding that the devil hates your guts. He does not love you. He does not care about you, and he wants to destroy you. So I encourage you to remember what we have went across. That's right. The delusion is strong in so many ways. So um, I encourage you to remember what the angel Yahuel had told Abraham in the apocalypse of Abraham when it comes to Azazel. When he tries getting it all in your ear, him and his hosts try to get all in your ear about, deceiving you and things like that. Yahuel told Abraham, he said, don't answer him. Do not answer him back. Don't even talk to him, period. And if you must say something to him, tell him that he is uh, food or he is fuel for the furnace of the earth, and you will not join him. Tell him that you are fuel for the furnace of the earth, and I will not join you. That simple. It really is that simple. When you start getting these words in your head that transgress against the Most High's covenant, that try to get you to cause your flesh to rise and act a fool and get all hot and bothered and not walking in peace, patience, all the fruits of the spirit. As our brother Free Brewer Laurie put in the song Fruit, he said, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, yeah, all that. Goodness, gentleness, faithfulness, self-control, all that. If there's some kind of word coming into your head that allows you or tries to convince you to break self-control, that further causes you to break gentleness, kindness, that is the spirit of Azazel or Hasatan or Mastema or any other wicked host that serves the devil. Answer him not. But if you must answer him, tell that spirit you are fuel for, or that spirit is fuel for the furnace of the earth, and you will not join him. That's simple. I just had to remind y'all about that. Because see Satan's love for thee, who pretended to give thee the Godhead and greatness, all this boldness and self-exaltedness and pride he's given you. And behold, he burns thee with fire and seeks to destroy thee from off the earth. All right. So Elohim finally tells him again, he says, your eyes have seen the good he has taken from you, and the truth he has opened your eyes. And in truth he has opened your eyes. And you have seen the garden in which ye were with me. And ye have also seen the evil that has come upon you from Satan. But as to the Godhead, he cannot give it you, neither fulfill his speech to you. Nay, he was bitter against you and your seed that will come after you. And Elohim withdrew his word from them. So, chapter 47, the devil's own scheming. Then Adam and Eve came into the cave, yet trembling at the fire that had scorched their bodies. So Adam said to Eve, lo, the fire has burnt our flesh in this world. But how will it be when we are dead, and Satan shall punish our souls? Is not our deliverance long and far off, unless Elohim come and in mercy to us fulfill his promise? Then Adam and Eve passed into the cave, blessing themselves. for coming into it once more. For it was in their thoughts that they never should enter it when they saw the fire around it. But as the sun was setting, the fire was still burning and nearing Adam and Eve in the cave, so they could not sleep in it. After the sun had set, they went out of it. This was the 47th day after they came out of the garden. So, if y'all didn't keep track, this is like 2.5, 3 days that this fire raged outside their cave. You know what I'm saying? They had to sleep outside for 2 of those days, for like a day and a half, like 2 days, I think. And then the Most High sent his word and allowed them to come in to part the fire, like, like the Red Sea. Shabbat Shalom, Auntie Lamira. And then not only did he part the fire like the Red Sea, you know what I'm saying, or the Sea of Reeds, you know what I'm saying? So let him on in and had to break it down to him again. All right. So Adam and Eve then came under the top of the hill by the garden to sleep as they were wont. And they stood and prayed Elohim to forgive them their sins, and then fell asleep under the summit of the mountain. But Ha-Satan, the hater of all good, thought within himself, whereas Elohim had promised salvation to Adam by covenant, and that he would deliver him out of all the hardships that have befallen him, but has not promised me a covenant by covenant, and will not deliver me out of my hardships. Nay, since he has promised him that he should make him and his seed dwell in the kingdom, in which I once was, I will kill Adam. This is what the devil talking about. Then the earth should be rid of him, and shall be left to me alone, so that when he is dead, he might not have any seed left to inherit the kingdom that shall remain in my own realm. Elohim will then be in one of me, and he will restore me to it with my hosts. This is the foolishness that the devil is thinking of. So chapter 48, fifth apparition of Ha-Satan to Adam and Eve. After this, Satan called to his hosts, all of which came to him, and said unto him, O our Adonai, what wilt thou do? He then said unto them, Ye know that this Adam, who Elohim created out of the dust, is he who has taken our kingdom. Come, let us gather together and kill him, and hurl a rock at him and at Eve, and crush them under it. When Satan's hosts heard these words, they came to the part of the mountain where Adam and Eve were asleep. Then Satan and his hosts took a huge rock, broad and even, and without blemish, thinking within himself, if there should be a hole in the rock, when it fell on them, the hole in the rock might come upon them, so they would escape and not die. Then he said to his host, Take up this stone and throw it flat upon them, so that it roll not from them to somewhere else. And when ye have hurled it, flee and tarry not. And they did as he bid them. But as the rock fell down from the mountain upon Adam and Eve, Elohim commanded it to become a kind of shed over them that did them no harm. And so it was by Elohim's order. But when the rock fell, the whole earth quaked right along with it, and was shaken from the size of the rock. And as it quaked and shook, Adam and Eve awoke from sleep, and found themselves under a rock like a shed. Excuse me. But they knew not how it was. For when they fell asleep, they were under the sky and not under a shed. And when they saw it, they were afraid. Then Adam said to Eve, wherefore has the mountain bent itself, and the earth quaked and shaken on our account? And why has this rock spread itself over us like a tent? Does Elohim intend to plague us and to shut us up in this prison? Or will he close the earth upon us? He is angry with us for our having come out of the cave without his order, and for our having done so of our own accord, without consulting him, when we left the cave and came to this place. Then Eve said, if indeed the earth quaked for our sake, and this rock forms a tent over us because of our transgression, then woe be to us, O Adam, for our punishment will be long. But arise and pray it to Elohim to let us know concerning this, and what this rock is, that is spread over us like a tent. Then Adam stood up and prayed before Yahweh, and let him know about this strait. And Adam thus stood praying until the morning. So 49, the first prophecy of the resurrection. Then the word of Elohim came and said, O Adam, who counseled thee, when thou earnest out of the cave to come to this place? It's like, so who told you to come here? You know what I'm saying? When thou earnest to come out of the cave, to come to this place. And Adam said unto Elohim, O Yahweh, we came to this place because of the heat of the fire that came upon us inside the cave. Then Yahweh Elohim said unto Adam, O Adam, thou dreadest the heat of fire for one night, but how will it be when thou dwellest in hell? Yet, O Adam, fear not, neither say in thy heart that I have spread this rock as an awning over thee to plague thee therewith. It came from Satan. I don't know what happened to these letters here. Who that promised thee the Godhead and majesty? It is he who threw down this rock to kill thee under it, and Eve with thee, and thus to prevent you from living upon the earth. But in mercy for you, just as that rock was falling down upon you, I commanded it to form an awning over you, and the rock under you to lower itself. And this sign, O Adam, will happen to me at my coming upon earth. Ha-Satan will raise the people of the Yahudim to put me to death, and they will lay me in a rock and seal a large stone upon me, and I shall remain within that rock 3 days and 3 nights. But on the 3rd day I shall rise again, and it shall be salvation to thee, O Adam, and to thy seed, to believe in me. But, O Adam, I will not bring thee from under this rock until 3 days and 3 nights are past. So, before we go on, once again, Adam and Eve, they go through the first of everything. You know what I'm saying? So, and Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. But Adam and Eve abode under the rock 3 days and 3 nights, as Elohim had told them. And Elohim did so to them because they had left their cave and had come to this same place without Elohim's order. But after 3 days and 3 nights, Elohim opened the rock and brought them out from under it. Their flesh was dried up, and their eyes and their hearts were troubled from weeping and sorrow. Chapter 50. Adam and Eve seek to cover their nakedness. Then Adam and Eve went forth and came into the cave of treasures, and they stood praying in it the whole of that day until the evening. And this took place at the end of 50 days after they had left the garden. But Adam and Eve rose again and prayed to Elohim in the cave of the whole of that night and begged for mercy from him. And when the day dawned, Adam said unto Eve, Come, let us go and do some work for our bodies. So they went out of the cave and came to the northern border of the garden, and they sought something to cover their bodies withal. But they found nothing and knew not how to do the work. Yet their bodies were stained, and they were speechless from cold and heat. Then Adam stood and asked Elohim to show him something wherewith to cover their bodies. Then came the word of Elohim, and said unto him, O Adam, take Eve and come to the seashore, where ye fasted before. There ye shall find skins of sheep, whose flesh was devoured by lions, and whose skins were left. Take them and make raiment for yourselves, and clothe yourselves withal. 51. What is his beauty that you should have followed him? When Adam heard these words from Elohim, he took Eve and removed from the northern end of the garden to the south of it, by the river of water, where they once fasted. But as they were going in the way, and before they reached that place, Satan, the wicked one, had heard the word of Elohim communing with Adam, respecting his covering. It grieved him, and he hastened to the place where the sheepskins were, with the intention of taking them and throwing them into the sea, or of burning them with fire, that Adam and Eve should not find them. But as he was about to take them, the word of Elohim came from heaven and bound him by the side of those skins, until Adam and Eve came near him. But as they neared him, they were afraid of him and of his hideous look. Then came the word of Elohim to Adam and Eve, and said to them, This is he who was hidden in the serpent, and who deceived you, and stripped you of the garment of light and glory in which you were. This is he who promised you majesty and divinity. Where then is the beauty that was on him? Where is his divinity? Where is his light? Where is the glory that rested on him? Now his figure is hideous. He has become abominable among angels, and he has come to be called Satan. O Adam, if he wished to take from you this earthly garment of sheepskin and to destroy you, or, O Adam, he wished to take from you this earthly garment of sheepskins and to destroy it, and not let you be covered with it, what then is his beauty that you should have followed him? And what have you gained by hearkening to him? See his evil works, and then look at me, your creator, and at the good deeds I do you. See, I bound him until you came and saw him and beheld his weakness, that no power is left with him. And Elohim released him from his bonds. 52. And Adam and Eve sew the first shirt. After this, Adam and Eve said no more, but wept before Elohim on account of their creation and of their bodies that required an earthly covering. That's right, Feast of Weeks, Shavuot, 50 days. So, then Adam said unto Eve, O Eve, this is the skin of beasts with which we shall be covered. But when we have put it on, behold, a token of death shall have come upon us. Inasmuch as the owners of these skins have died and have wasted away, so also shall we die and pass away. Now, before we get too far from this, think about, allow the depth, the scope of what Adam is saying to Eve about the animals. Remember, the Most High created the animals before he created Adam. So Adam is giving respect. He's showing respect for the animals by saying, O Eve, this is the skin of beasts with which we shall be covered. But when we have put it on, behold, a token of death shall have come upon us. Inasmuch as the owners of these skins have died and have wasted away, so also shall we die and pass away. There's an in-depthness to what it is that he understands about the animals that used to own those skins, that used to live in those skins. And so this is also why, like, there's a difference in the resonance of materials, whether it be linen, cotton, denim, all those things. You know what I'm saying? Wool. There's a difference in resonance. So look into that. I think we did talk about that a couple studies ago about how linen has a resonance of like 5,000, something like that. So it actually heals your body, something like that. I'm going to have to go back and try to find that study where we found that at. I know I pulled that video up from Facebook somewhere. Somebody had asked the question, what I'm saying, out of all the laws of the Most High, nobody ever bothered breaking down, why the Most High said not to wear mixed fabrics and mixed garments, things like that. And then the dude actually did a study or looked into the research on the different materials and things like that, and the garments and what they're made of and things like that. And so their resonance, their frequency resonance, and so polyester and rayon and other things like spandex and stuff like that, they actually take from you. They have about the same resonance of a dead body. Yeah, TX before you. Yeah, I heard about that, Lennon. That's right. Ham, Canaan, Nimrod, and Esau took Adam fleece. Ham stole it from Noah. That's facts. Hard to find true linen. Facts. All right. So as we continue, then Adam and Eve took the skins and went back to the cave of treasures, and they went in it. They stood and prayed as they were wont. And they thought how they could make garments of those skins, for they had no skill for it. Then Elohim sent to them his angel to show them how to work it out. And the angel said to Adam, go forth and bring some palm thorns. Then Adam went out and brought some, as the angel had commanded him. Then the angel began before them to work out the skins, after the manner of one who prepares a shirt. He then he took the thorns and stuck them into the skins before their eyes. Then the angel again stood up and prayed Elohim that the thorns in those skins should be hidden, so as to be, as it were, sewn with one thread. And so it was, by Elohim's order. They became garments for Adam and Eve, and he clothed them withal. From that time, the nakedness of their bodies was covered from the sight of each other's eyes. And this happened at the end of the 51st day. Then, when Adam's and Eve's bodies were covered, they stood and prayed and sought mercy of Yahweh and forgiveness, and gave him thanks for that he had mercy on them and had covered their nakedness. And they ceased not from prayer the whole of that night. Then, when the, the moon dawned at the rising of the sun, or I don't know why it says the mom right here. I'm telling y'all, family, there's this app, you know what I'm saying? They didn't spell check. um, so when the morning dawned at the rising of the sun, they said their prayers after their custom, and then went out of the cave. And Adam said unto Eve, since we know not what there is to the westward of this cave, let us go forth and see it today. Then they came forth and went towards the western border. Chapter 53, the prophecy of the western lands. So we might have to pay really good attention to this one right here, family, because this here does get deep. They were not very far from the cave when Satan came towards them and hid himself between them and the cave under the form of two ravenous lions 3 days without food that came towards Adam and Eve, as if to break them in pieces and devour them. Then Adam and Eve wept and prayed Elohim to deliver them from their paws. Then the word of Elohim came to them and drove away the lions from them. And Elohim said unto Adam, O Adam, what seekest thou on the western border? And why hast thou left of thine own accord the eastern border, in which was thy dwelling place? Now, then turn back to thy cave and remain in it, that Satan does not deceive thee, nor work his purpose upon thee. For in this western border, O Adam, there will go forth from thee a seed that shall replenish it, and that will defile themselves with their sins and with their yielding to the behests of Satan by following his works. So, once again, what do y'all remember from Genesis? Who went westward with the sun at their back, with the Most High at their back? Cain. So, it wasn't until now that I was thinking about this. You know what I'm saying? If I'd have been a little more prepared, family, please forgive me. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Cain. Wow. So they got new skins, bodies at Shavuot. Yeah, at Shavuot. So so right here, for in this western border, O Adam, there will go from thee a seed that shall replenish it, and that will defile themselves with their sins, and with their yielding to the behests of Satan, and by following his works. Therefore will I bring upon them the waters of a flood, and overwhelm them all, but I will deliver what is left of the righteous among them, and I will bring them to a distant land, and the land in which thou dwellest now shall remain desolate and without one inhabitant in it. After Elohim had thus discoursed to them, they went back to the cave of treasures, but their flesh was dried up, and their strength failed from fasting and praying, and from the sorrow they felt at having trespassed against Elohim. So 54, Adam and Eve go exploring. Then Adam and Eve stood up in the cave and prayed the whole of that night until the morning dawned. And when the sun was risen, they both went out of the cave, their heads wandering from heaviness and sorrow, and they not knowing whither they went. And they walked thus unto the southern border of the garden, and they began to go up that border until they came to the eastern border, beyond which there was no further space. And the cherub who guarded the garden was standing at the western gate, and guarding it against Adam and Eve, lest they should suddenly come into the garden. And the cherub turned round as if to put them to death, according to the commandment of Elohim. When Adam and Eve came to the eastern border of the garden, thinking in their hearts that the cherub was not watching, as they were standing by the gate, as if wishing to go in, suddenly came the cherub with a flashing sword and fire in his hand. And when he saw them, he went forth to kill them, for he was afraid lest Elohim should destroy him if they went into the garden without his order. And the sword of the cherub seemed to flame afar off, but when he raised it over Adam and Eve, the flame thereof did not flash forth. Therefore did the cherub think that Elohim was favorable to them and was bringing them back into the garden. And the cherub stood wondering. He could not go up to heaven to ascertain Elohim's order regarding their getting into the garden. He therefore abode standing by them, unable as he was to part from them. For he was afraid lest they should enter the garden without leave from Elohim, who then would destroy him. When Adam and Eve saw the cherub coming towards them with a flaming sword of fire in his hand, they fell on their faces from fear and were as dead. At that time the heavens and the earth shook, and the other cherubim came down from heaven to the cherub who guarded the garden, and saw him amazed and silent. Then again other angels came down nigh unto the place where Adam and Eve were. They were divided between joy and sorrow. They were glad because they thought that Elohim was favorable to Adam, and wished him to return to the garden, and wished to restore him to the gladness he once enjoyed. But they sorrowed over Adam because he was fallen like a dead man, he and Eve. And they said in their thoughts, Adam has not died in this place, but Elohim has put him to death for his having come to this place and wishing to get into the garden without his leave. So 55, the conflict of HaSatan. Then came the word of Elohim to Adam and Eve, and raised them from their dead state, saying unto them, why came ye up hither? Do you intend to go into the garden from which I brought you out? It cannot be today, but only when the covenant I have made with you is fulfilled. Then Adam, when he heard the word of Elohim, and the fluttering of the angels whom he did not see, but only heard the sound of them with his ears, he and Eve wept and said to the angels, O spirits, who wait upon Elohim, look upon me and upon my being unable to see you. For when I was in my former bright nature, then I could see you. I sang praises as you do, and my heart was far above you. Excuse me. But now that I have transgressed, that bright nature is gone from me, and I am come to this miserable state. And now I am come to this, that I cannot see you, and you do not serve me as you were wont, for I am become animal flesh. Yet now, O angels of Elohim, Ask Elohim with me to restore me to that wherein I was formerly, to rescue me from this misery, and to remove from me the sentence of death he passed upon me for having trespassed against him. Then, when the angels heard these words, they all grieved over him and cursed Satan, who had beguiled Adam, and until he came from the garden to misery, from life to death, from peace to trouble, and from gladness to a strange land. And when the angels said unto Adam, Thou didst hearken to Satan, and didst forsake the word of Elohim, who created thee, and thou didst believe that Satan, who would fulfill all he had promised thee. But now, O Adam, we will make known to thee what came upon us through him before his fall from heaven. He gathered together his hosts and deceived them, promising them to give them a great kingdom, a divine nature, and other promises he made them. His hosts believed that his word was true. His hosts believed that his word was true, so they yielded to him and renounced the glory of Elohim. Then he sent for us according to his orders, in which we were to come under his command and to hearken to his vain promise. But we would not, and we took not his advice. Then after he had fought with Elohim and had dealt forwardly with him, he gathered together his hosts and made war with us. And if it had not been for Elohim's strength that was with us, we could not have prevailed against him to hurl him from heaven. But when he fell from among us, there was great joy in heaven because of his going down from us. For had he continued in heaven, nothing, not even one angel, would have remained in it. But Elohim, in his mercy, drove him from among us to this dark earth, for he had become darkness itself and a worker of unrighteousness. And he has continued, O Adam, to make war against thee, until he beguiled thee and made thee come out of the garden to this strange land, where all these trials have come to thee, and death, which Elohim brought upon him, he has also brought to thee, O Adam, because thou didst obey him and didst transgress against Elohim. Then, as the angels rejoiced and praised Elohim, he asked him not to destroy Adam this time for his having sought to enter the garden, but to bear with him until the fulfillment of the promise, and to help him in this world until he was freed from Satan's hand. 56. A chapter of divine comfort. Then came the word of Elohim to Adam, and said unto him, O Adam, look at that garden of joy, and at this earth of toil, and behold the angels who are in the garden that is full of them. And see thyself alone on this earth with Satan whom thou didst obey. Yet, if thou hadst submitted and been obedient to me, and hast kept my word, thou wouldst be with my angels in my garden. When thou didst transgress and hearken to Satan, thou didst become his guest among his angels that are full of wickedness, and thou camest to this earth that brings forth to thee thorns and thistles. O Adam, ask him who deceived thee to give thee the divine nature he promised thee, or to make thee a garden as I had made for thee, or to fill thee with that same bright nature with which I had filled thee. Ask him to make thee a body like the one I made thee, or to give thee a day of rest as I gave thee, or to create within thee a reasonable soul as I did create for thee, or to remove thee hence to some other earth than this one which I gave thee. But, O Adam, he will not fulfill even one of the things he told thee. Acknowledge then my favor towards thee and my mercy on thee, my creature, that I have not requited thee for thy transgression against me, but in my pity for thee I have promised thee that at the end of the great 5 days and a half I will come and save thee. Hallelujah. See, that's powerful right there. That is powerful. All of that. Acknowledge then my favor towards thee and my mercy on thee, my creature, that I have not requited thee for thy transgression against me, but in my pity for thee I have promised thee that at the end of the great 5 days and a half I will come and save thee. Hallelujah. So then Elohim said again to Adam and Eve, Arise, go down hence, lest the cherub with a sword of fire in his hand destroy you. But Adam's heart was comforted by Elohim's words to him, and he worshipped before him. And Elohim commanded his angels to escort Adam and Eve to the cave with joy instead of the fear that had come upon them. Then the angels took up Adam and Eve and brought them down from the mountain by the garden with songs and psalms until they brought them to the cave. There the angels began to comfort and to strengthen them, and then departed from them towards heaven to the Creator who had sent them. But after the angels were gone from Adam and Eve, came Satan with shamefacedness and stood at the entrance of the cave in which were Adam and Eve. He then called to Adam and said, O Adam, come, let me speak to thee. Then Adam came out of the cave, thinking he was one of Elohim's angels that was come to give him some good counsel. Chapter 52, or 57, sorry. Therefore did I fall. And this here has one of those scriptures in which I posted over on Coon Book like last week or the week before. Therefore did I fall. But when Adam came out and saw his hideous figure, he was afraid of him and said unto him, Who art thou? Then Satan answered and said unto him, It is I, who hid myself within the serpent, and who talked to Eve, and beguiled her until she hearkened to my command. I am he who sent her through the wiles of my speech to deceive thee, until thou and she ate of the fruit of the tree, and ye came away from under the command of Elohim. But when Adam heard these words from him, he said to him, Canst thou make me a garden as Elohim made for me? Or canst thou clothe me in the same bright nature in which Elohim had clothed me? Where is that divine nature? Where is the divine nature thou didst promise to give me? Where is that fair speech of thine thou didst hold with us at first when we were in the garden? Then Satan said unto Adam, Thinkest thou that when I have spoken to one about anything, I shall ever bring it to him or fulfill my word? Not so. For I myself have never even thought to obtaining what I asked. Therefore did I fall, and did I make you fall by that for which I myself fell, and with you also, whosoever accepts my counsel falls thereby. This is the scripture I posted, verses 5 and 6. And I posted right along with it that keep this in mind, family. Listen to this word right here. Satan will never keep his word with you. He's going to try to distract you from your goals. Every goal that the Most High has set for you. Distractions, distractions, distractions. That's all he is a huge distraction. One after another, a distraction that keeps you away from the kingdom work in which the Most High has set before you. So keep this in mind. Do not let distractions get in the way. Because that's what Ha-Satan is a distraction after distraction after distraction, and he will not fulfill any promise to you. So once again, after Adam had hit him with all the questions that the Most High told him to ask him, then Satan said unto him, thinkest thou that when I have spoken to one about anything, I shall ever bring it to him or fulfill my word? Not so. For I myself have never even thought of obtaining what I asked. Therefore did I fall. And did I make you fall by that for which I myself fell? And with you also, whosoever accepts my counsel falls thereby. But now, O Adam, by reason of thy fall, thou art under my rule, and I am king over thee, because thou hast hearkened to me, and hast transgressed against thy Elohim. Neither will there be any deliverance from my hands, until the day promised thee by thy Elohim. Again, he said, inasmuch as we do not know the day agreed upon with thee by thy Elohim, nor the hour in which thou shalt be delivered, for that reason will we multiply war and murder upon thee, and thy seed after thee. This is our will and our good pleasure, that we may not leave one of the sons of men to inherit our orders in heaven. For as to our abode, O Adam, it is in burning fire, and we will not cease our evil doing, no, not one day nor 1 hour. And I, O Adam, shall sow fire upon thee when thou comest into the cave to dwell there. When Adam heard these words, he wept and mourned, and said unto Eve, hear what he said? That he will not fulfill aught of what he told thee in the garden? Did he really then become king over us? But we will ask Elohim, who created us, to deliver us out of his hands. '58. About sunset on the 53rd day, then Adam and Eve spread their hands unto Elohim and prayed, and entreating him to drive Satan away from them, that he do them no violence, and do not force them to deny Elohim. Then Elohim sent to them at once his angel, who drove away Satan from them. This happened about sunset on the 53rd day, after they had come out of the garden. Then Adam and Eve went into the cave and stood up and turned their faces to the earth to pray to Elohim. But as they prayed, Adam said unto Eve, lo, thou hast seen what temptations have befallen us in this land. Come, let us arise and ask Elohim to forgive us the sins we have committed. And we will not come out until the end of the day next to the 40th. And if we die herein, he will save us. Then Adam and Eve arose and joined together in entreating Elohim. They abode thus praying in the cave, neither did they come out of it by night or by day, until the prayers went up out of their mouths like a flame of fire. '59. The 8th apparition of Satan to Adam and Eve. But Satan, the hater of all good, did not allow them to end their prayers. For he called to his hosts, and they came, all of them. He then said to them, Since Adam and Eve, who we beguiled, have agreed together to pray to Elohim night and day, and to entreat him to deliver them, and since they will not come out of the cave until the end of the 40th day, and since they will continue their prayers as they have both agreed to do, that he will deliver them out of our hands and restore them to their former state, see what we shall do unto them. And his host said unto him, Power is thine, O our Adonai, to do what thou listest. Then Satan, great in wickedness, took his host and came into the cave in the 30th night of the 40 days and one. And he smote Adam and Eve until he left them dead. Then came the word of Elohim unto Adam and Eve, who raised them from their suffering. And Elohim said unto Adam, Be strong, and be not afraid of him who has just come to thee. But Adam wept and said, Where wast thou, my Elohim, that they should smite me with such blows, and that this suffering should come upon us, upon me and upon Eve thy handmaid? And Elohim said unto him, O Adam, see, he is Lord and Master of all that thou hast. He said he will give thee divinity. Where is this love for thee? And where is the gift he promised? For once has it pleased him, O Adam, to come to thee, to comfort thee, to strengthen thee, and to rejoice with thee, and to send his host to guard thee, because thou hast hearkened to him, and hast yielded to his counsel, and hast transgressed my commandment, but hast followed his behest. Then Adam wept before Yahweh, and said, O Yahweh, because I transgressed a little, thou hast sorely plagued me in return for it. I asked thee to deliver me out of his hands, or else have pity on me, and take my soul out of my body now in this strange land. Then Elohim said unto Adam, If only there had been this sighing and praying before ere thou didst transgress, then wouldest thou have rest from the trouble in which thou art now. While Elohim had patience with Adam, and let him and Eve remain in the cave until they had fulfilled the 40 days. But as to Adam and Eve, their strength and flesh withered from fasting and praying, from hunger and thirst, for they had not tasted either food or drink since they left the garden, nor were the functions of their bodies yet settled, and they had no strength left to continue in prayer from hunger until the end of the next day, to the 40th. They were fallen down in the cave. Yet what speech escaped their mouths was only in praises. Chapter 60. The devil appears like an old man. He offers a place of rest. Then on the 89th day, Satan came to the cave, clad in a garment of light, and girt about with a bright girdle. In his hands was a staff of light, and he looked most awful, but his face was pleasant, and his speech was sweet. He thus transformed himself in order to deceive Adam and Eve, and to make them come out of the cave ere they had fulfilled the 40 days. For he said within himself, now that when they had fulfilled the 40 days, fasting and praying, Elohim would restore them to their former estate. But if he did not do so, he would still be favorable to them. And even if he had not mercy on them, would he yet give them something from the garden to comfort them, as already twice before? Then Satan drew near the cave in this fair appearance and said, O Adam, rise ye, stand up, thou and Eve, and come along with me to a good land and fear not. I am flesh and bones like you, and at first I was a creature that Elohim created. And it was so that when he created me, he placed me in a garden in the north on the border of the world. And he said to me, abide here. And I abode there according to his word. Neither did I transgress his commandment. Then he made a slumber to come over me, and he brought thee, O Adam, out of my side, but did not make thee abide by me. But Elohim took thee in his divine hand and placed thee in a garden to the eastward. Then I grieved because of thee, for that while Elohim had taken thee out of my side, he had not let thee abide with me. This is disturbing to read, family. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm going to read it. We know it's a lie. We know it's a lie. All right. So it's just the fact that this devil he just everything out of his mouth. Remember what Yahushua said? For he is a liar and the father of it. And he's a murderer. And he has been a murderer since the very beginning. You know what I'm saying? So he not only was the father of lies, lying to Adam and Eve, getting them kicked out the garden. He lied to them every possible moment. The only one time that he told the truth is when he said that he would never keep his word. That's the only time he told the full-on truth, was back up in chapter 47. That he, no matter that he will not fulfill anything that he tells anybody. He's not going to fulfill any promise. He's not going to do anything like that. That's the only time he told the full-on truth. Him and his host done rolled up in their cave like a home invasion, beat him and killed him. You know what I'm saying? So he's the father of lies and a murderer from the very beginning. So, and now he's lying all over again, talking about how he created, how the Most High created Adam from his rib and put him in a garden, in a whole completely different garden. Anyway, but Elohim said unto me, grieve not because of Adam, whom I brought out of thy side. No harm will come to him. For now I have brought out of his side a helpmeet for him, and I have given him joy by doing so. Then Satan said again, I did not know how it is ye are in this cave, nor anything about this trial that has come upon you, until Elohim said to me, behold, Adam has transgressed, he whom I had taken out of thy side, and Eve also, whom I took out of his side, and I have driven them out of the garden. I have made them dwell in a land of sorrow and misery, because they transgressed against me, and have hearkened to Satan. And lo, they are in suffering unto this day, the 80th. So if y'all are just now joining up and catching this right here, so I can see some people that either came back or some people were brand new and seeing what we're reading here. And this passage in which we're reading, Satan has disguised himself as an old man that is kind of tattered, looking on from the neck down, looking kind of scroungy, but his face is looking pleasant and his speech is very pleasant. And he's lying to Adam and Eve, talking about how the Most High made him first and put him in a garden on the northern border of the world, and how the Most High made Adam from his rib and put him in the eastern garden of the world. and how he had made Eve from Adam's rib, but how he lied to him, saying that he made Adam, how the Most High made Adam from his rib. And he's deceiving them to get them to come and roll with him and go to his place. So I'm making sure y'all know what's going on. I saw the numbers kind of uptick a little bit, so I'm trying to make sure y'all understand what's going on here. They're being deceived again. All right. So, right. And why did he leave then? Right. So, this is on the 80th day. All right. So, after being brought out of the garden, then Elohim said unto me, arise, go to them, and make them come to thy place, and suffer not that Satan come near them and afflict them, for they are now in great misery and lie helpless from hunger. He further said to me, when thou hast taken them to thyself, give them to eat of the fruit of the tree of life, and give them to drink the water of peace, and clothe them in a garment of light, and restore them to their former state of grace, and leave them not in misery, for they came from thee. But grieve not over them, nor repent of that which has come upon them. He further said to me, when thou hast taken them to thyself, give them to the. Oh, this here might be a verse that I didn't. Yeah, it's a verse that I didn't. My bad, family. But when I heard this, I was sorry, and my heart could not patiently bear it for thy sake, O my child. Goodness. But, O Adam, when I heard the name of Satan, I was afraid, and I said within myself, I will not come out, lest he ensnares me, as he did my children, Adam and Eve. And I said, O Elohim, when I go to my children, Satan will meet me in the way and war against me as he did against them. Then Elohim said unto me, fear not. When thou findest him, smite him with the staff that is in thine hand, and be not afraid of him, for thou art old standing, and he shall not prevail against thee. The lies he tells, I'm telling you, family. Then I said, oh, my Adonai, or oh, my Yahweh, I am old and cannot go. Send thy angels to bring them. But Elohim said unto me, angels verily are not like them, and they will not consent to come with them. But I have chosen thee because thou art thy offspring, because they are thy offspring, and like thee, and will hearken to what thou sayest. I mean, at this point, it's like, how come they didn't cut him off and ask him, like, hold on, stop. We've seen the Most High send angels to us. How come they didn't stop? That's right, eye roll, shaking my head, all of that. How come they didn't stop this dude right where he was speaking? Was like, nah, we just got done getting escorted back, from the southern border of the Garden of Eden, where we got cast out of, and the cherubim and all kinds of angels escort us back with psalms and praise and everything. We know good and well. They should by now know good and well. But why they hadn't stopped him from all the things that he was talking, I don't know, family. I don't know. They should have cut him off quickly. Like, nah, beat it, Satan. They should already knew. They should have already known, because the Most High would have already told them of anybody else that he had made in the earth. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, as we continue, Elohim said further to me, if thou hast not strength to walk, I will send a cloud to carry thee and alight thee at the entrance of their cave. Then the cloud will return and leave thee there. That's right. Nah, we good. That's right. Tears for you. And that's right, Vernon. True. See? Like, they should have been either cut him off, questioned him, like, nah, beat it. They got golden rods up in there. They should have beat him with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, get up out of here. Anyway, and if they will come with thee, I will send a cloud to carry thee and them. Then he commanded a cloud, and it bare me up and brought me to you, and then went back. And now, O my children, Adam and Eve, look at my head hairs, and at my feeble estate, and at my coming from that distant place. Come with me to a place of rest. Then he began to weep and to sob before Adam and Eve, and his tears poured upon the earth like water. And when Adam and Eve raised their eyes and saw his beard and heard his sweet talk, their hearts softened towards him, and they hearkened unto him, for they believed he was true. And it seemed to them that they really were his offspring, when they saw that his face was like their own, and they trusted him. Let's see, in chapter 61, they began to follow Satan. Then he took Adam and Eve by the hand and began to bring them out of the cave. But when they were come a little way out of it, Elohim knew that Satan had overcome them and had brought them out ere they ere their 40 days were ended, to take them to some distant place and to destroy them. Then the word of Yahweh Elohim again came and cursed Satan and drove him away from them. And Elohim began to speak unto Adam and Eve, saying to them, what made you come out of the cave unto this place? Then Adam said unto Elohim, didst thou create a man before us? For when we were in the cave, there suddenly came unto us a good old man who said to us, I am a messenger from Elohim unto you to bring you back to some place of rest. And we did believe, O Elohim, that he was a messenger from thee. And we came out with him and knew not whether we should go with him. Then Elohim said unto Adam, see, that is the father of evil arts, who brought thee and Eve out of the garden of delights. And now indeed, when he saw that thou and Eve both joined together in fasting and praying, once again saw that thou and Eve both joined together in fasting and praying, and that you came not out of the cave before the end of the 40 days, he wished to make your purpose vain, to break your mutual bond, to cut off all hope from you, and to drive you to some place where he might destroy you. Because he was unable to do aught to you unless he showed himself in the likeness of you. Therefore did he come to you with a face like your own, and began to give you tokens as if they were all true. But I, in mercy, with the favor I had unto you, did not allow him to destroy you, but I drove him away from you. Now therefore, O Adam, take Eve and return to your cave, and remain in it until the morrow of the 40th day. And when ye come out, go towards the eastern gate of the garden. Then Adam and Eve worshipped Elohim, and praised and blessed him for the deliverance that had come to them from him. And they returned towards the cave. This happened on the eventide of the 39th day. Then Adam and Eve stood up. Now, when it says the 39th day, that's the 39th day of their 40-day fast. I got to make sure I say that right quick. All right. Then Adam and Eve stood up and with great zeal prayed to Elohim to be brought out of their want for strength, for their strength had departed from them through hunger and thirst and prayer. But they watched the whole of that night, praying until morning. Then Adam said unto Eve, Arise, let us go towards the eastern gate of the garden, as Elohim told us. And they said their prayers, as they were wont to do every day. And they went out of the cave to go near the eastern gate of the garden. Then Adam and Eve stood up and prayed and besought Elohim to strengthen them and to send them something to satisfy their hunger. But when they had ended their prayers, they remained where they were by reason of their failing strength. Then came the word of Elohim again and said unto them, O Adam, arise, go and bring hither 2 figs. Then Adam and Eve arose and went until they drew near the cave. So chapter 62, I believe. 2 fruit trees. But Satan, the wicked, was envious because of the consolation Elohim had given them. So he prevented them and went into the cave and took the 2 figs and buried them outside the cave so that Adam and Eve should not find them. He also had in his thoughts to destroy them. But by Elohim's mercy, as soon as those 2 figs were in the earth, Elohim defeated Satan's counsel regarding them and made them into 2 fruit trees that overshadowed the cave, for Satan had buried them on the eastern side of it. Then, when the 2 trees were grown and were covered with fruit, Satan grieved and mourned and said, Better were it to have left those figs as they were. For now, behold, they have become 2 fruit trees, whereof Adam will eat all the days of his life. Whereas I had in mind, when I buried them, to destroy them entirely and to hide them for I. But Elohim has overturned my counsel and would not that this sacred fruit should perish. And he has made plain my intention and has defeated the counsel I have formed against his servants. Then Satan went away ashamed of not having wrought out his design. 63. The first joy of trees. But Adam and Eve, as they drew near to the cave, saw 2 fig trees covered with fruit and overshadowing the cave. Then Adam said to Eve, It seems to me we have gone astray. Where did these 2 trees grow here? It seems to me that the enemy wishes to lead us astray. Sayest thou that there is in the earth another cave than this? Yet, O Eve, let us go into the cave and find in it the 2 figs, for this is our cave, in which we were. But if we should not find the 2 figs in it, then it cannot be our cave. They went then into the cave and looked into the 4 corners of it, but found not the 2 figs. And Adam wept and said to Eve, Are we come to a wrong cave then, O Eve? It seems to me these 2 fig trees are the 2 figs that were in the cave. And Eve said, I, for my part, do not know. Then Adam stood up and prayed and said, O Elohim, thou didst command us to come back to the cave and take the 2 figs and then return to thee. But now we have not found them. O Elohim, hast thou taken them and sown these 2 trees? Or have we gone astray in the earth, or has the enemy deceived us? If it be real, then, O Elohim, reveal to us the secret of these 2 trees and of the 2 figs. Then came the word of Elohim unto Adam, or to Adam, and said unto him, O Adam, when I sent thee to fetch the figs, Satan went before thee to the cave, took the figs, and buried them outside eastward of the cave, thinking to destroy them, and not sowing them with good intent. Not for his mere sake, then have these trees grown up at once, but I had mercy on thee, and I commanded them to grow. And they grew to be two large trees, that you be overshadowed by their branches, and find rest, and that I make you see my power and my marvelous works, and also to show you Satan's meanness and his evil. All right, family, my bad. That crafty, nasty devil. I'm trying to tell you. Oh boy, boy. So, all right. So, as we were, before that filthy serpent, try to wiggle his way up on this platform right quick. That's right. The enemy trying his luck. See, devil wants us to stop. Oh my goodness, I ain't scared of that chump. You know what I'm saying? Like, try as he might, he gonna fail anyway. So once again, right here, verse 10. Also to show you Satan's meanness and his evil works. For ever since she came out of the garden, he has not ceased, no, not one day, from doing you some harm. But I have not given him power over you. So, uh, and Elohim said, henceforth, O Adam, rejoice on account of these trees. Excuse me, thou and Eve, and rest under them when ye feel weary. But eat not of their fruit, nor come near them. Hmm. Let me read that one more again. And Elohim said, henceforth, O Adam, rejoice on account of the trees, thou and Eve, and rest under them when ye feel weary. But eat not of their fruit, nor come near them. Then Adam wept and said, O Elohim, wilt thou kill us? Wilt thou again kill us? Or wilt thou drive us away from before thy face and cut our life from off the face of the earth? O Elohim, I beseech thee, if thou knowest that there be in these trees either death or some other evil, as at the first time, root them up from near our cave, and wither them, and leave us to die of the heat, of hunger, and of thirst. For we know thy marvelous works, O Elohim, that they are great, and that by thy power thou canst bring one thing out of another without one's wish, for thy power can make rocks to become trees, and trees to become rocks. Allow Yah. So 64. And Adam and Eve partake of the first earthly food. Then Elohim looked upon Adam and upon his strength of mind, upon his endurance of hunger and thirst, and of the heat. And he changed the 2 fig trees into 2 figs, as they were at first. And then said to Adam and to Eve, each of you may take 1 fig. And they took them as Yahweh commanded them. And he said to them, go ye into the cave and eat the figs, and satisfy your hunger, lest ye die. So as Elohim commanded them, they went to the cave about the time when the sun was setting, and Adam and Eve stood up and prayed at the time of the setting sun. Then they sat down to eat the figs, but they knew not how to eat them, for they were not accustomed to eat earthly food. They feared also, lest if they ate, their stomachs should be burdened, and their flesh thickened, and their hearts take to liking earthly food. But while they were thus seated, Elohim, out of pity of them, sent them his angel, lest they should perish of hunger and thirst. And the angel said unto Adam and Eve, Elohim says to you that ye have not strength to fast until death. Eat therefore, and strengthen your bodies, for ye are now animal flesh, that cannot subsist without food and drink. Then Adam and Eve took the figs and began to eat of them. But Elohim had put into them a mixture as of a savory bread and blood. I'm sorry, what was that? Then Adam and Eve took the figs and began to eat of them. But Elohim had put into them a mixture as of savory bread and blood. Now, your guess is as good as mine as why it's reading like that, family. So don't shoot me. Don't be mad at me. But I'm just saying, I don't understand. Y'all already know, family. Those of y'all that know me, that's right, huh? You know what I'm saying? That's that, and Rachel S. too. The look like, huh? What? Excuse me? Let's read. Let's read. And the angel went from Adam and Eve, who ate of the figs, until they had satisfied their hunger. Then they put by what remained, but by the power of Elohim, the figs became full as before, because Elohim blessed them. So they ate of it, satisfied their hunger. Then they put by what remained, but the power of Elohim, the figs became full as before, because Elohim blessed them. So they returned to being full and plump. So what chapter? This is I want to say 62, 63. 64. Sorry, my bad. 64. Chapter 64, Central Growth. All right. After this, Adam and Eve arose and prayed with a joyful heart and renewed strength, and praised and rejoiced abundantly the whole of that night. And this was the end of the 83rd day. So they hadn't eaten nothing for 82 days. Since coming out the garden, they did not eat nothing for 82 days. Didn't drink nothing, didn't eat nothing for 82 days. Ooh. Oh, man. On the 83rd day, they finally ate. So, chapter 65. Adam and Eve acquire digestive organs. Final hope of returning to the garden is quenched. And when it was day, they rose and prayed after their custom, and then went out of the cave. But as they felt great trouble from the food they had eaten, into which they were not used to, they went about in the cave, saying to each other, "What has happened to us through eating, that this pain should have come upon us? Woe be to us! We shall die. Better for us to have died than to have eaten and to have kept our bodies pure, than to have defiled them with food." So you already know what's going on right now. They you know what I'm saying? You already know. I'm not gonna be nasty up on here. Then Adam said to Eve, "This pain did not come to us in the garden, neither did we eat such bad food there. Thinkest thou, O Eve, that Elohim will plague us through the food that is in us, that is in us, or that our inwards will come out, or that Elohim means to kill us with this pain before he has fulfilled his promise to us?" She said, maybe that's why the blood was in the food. Just guessing. Then Adam besought Yahweh and said, "O Yahweh, let us not perish through the food we have eaten. O Yahweh, smite us not, but deal with us according to thy great mercy, and forsake us not until the day of the promise thou hast made us." Then Elohim looked upon them and at once fitted them for eating food, as unto this day, so that they should not perish. Then Adam and Eve came back into the cave sorrowful and weeping because of the alteration in their nature. And they both knew from that hour that they were altered beings, that their hope of returning to the garden was now cut off, and that they could not enter it. For that now their bodies had strange functions, and all flesh that requires food and drink for its existence cannot be in the garden. Shabbat Shalom, Tisha Lashay. All I can think is that it says, as blood, life is in the blood. Just like when our Messiah says that the communion that was taken was as his blood, which was poured out for our sins. It may have been a reference to the fact that eating it restored their strength and life force after their fast. Just a thought. Not a bad thought. Not a bad thought whatsoever. So this right here verse, for that now that their bodies had strange functions, and all flesh that requires food and drink for its existence cannot be in the garden. I'm not going to say that that's 100% facts, but there's a reason why there are certain things that we should put in our bodies versus certain things that we should not put in our bodies. Period. Exclamation point. And I'm just going to say it peacefully like that. As far as food is concerned, or what is considered food, I'm just going to be peaceful about it. All right, so anyway, then Adam said to Eve, "Behold, our hope is now cut off, and so is our trust to enter the garden. We no longer belong to the inhabitants of the garden. But henceforth we are earthly, or earthy, and of the dust, and of the inhabitants of the earth. We shall not return to the garden until the day in which Elohim has promised to save us and to bring us again into the garden as he promised us. Then they prayed to Elohim that he would have mercy on them, after which their mind was quieted, their hearts were broken, and their longing was cooled down, and they were like strangers on earth. That night Adam and Eve spent in the cave, where they slept heavily by reason of the food they had eaten. Yeah, they done caught the itis. Hmm. Rachel in the chat. I was gonna be peaceful. I'm just gonna be peaceful. All right. So yeah, they done caught the itis from eating the food, and before all that, you already know their stomach was getting a little ooh, what is this? And they had to get up and out the cave right quick. So they didn't want to, drop that inside the cave. Like, ooh, that's nasty. We can't be having that up inside him. Anyway, but now they caught the itis and got sleepy. Anyway, chapter 66. Adam does his first day's work. When it was morning, the day after they had eaten food, Adam and Eve prayed in the cave, and Adam said unto Eve, Lo, we asked for food, and Elohim, a food of Elohim, and he gave it. But now let us also ask him to give us a drink of water. Excuse me. Then they arose and went to the bank of the stream of water that was on the southern border of the garden, in which they had before thrown themselves. And they stood on the bank and prayed to Elohim that he would command them to drink of the water. Then the word of Elohim came to Adam and said unto him, O Adam, thy body is become brutish and requires water to drink. Take ye and drink, thou and Eve. Give thanks and praise. So that was 65 then up here. What was it? Why does that say 66 there? Well, I must not have, double chapter. My bad. Adam and Eve then drew near and drank of it until their bodies felt refreshed. After having drunk, they praised Elohim and then returned to their cave after their former custom. This happened at the end of 83 days. Then on the 84th day, they took 2 figs and hung them in the cave together with the leaves thereof, to be to them a sign and a blessing from Elohim. And they placed them there until they should arise a posterity to them, who should see the wonderful things Elohim had done to them. Then Adam and Eve again stood outside the cave and besought Elohim to show them some food wherewith to nourish their bodies. Then the word of Elohim came and said unto him, O Adam, go down to the westward of the cave, as far as a land of dark soil, and there thou shalt find food. And Adam hearkened unto the word of Elohim, and took Eve, and went down to a land of dark soil, and found there wheat growing, in the ear and ripe, and figs to eat. And Adam rejoiced over it. Then the word of Elohim came again to Adam, and said unto him, Take of this wheat, and make thee bread of it, to nourish thy body withal. And Elohim gave Adam's heart wisdom to work out the corn until it became bread. I don't know. It says corn, but they just said wheat over here. So, typo. Adam accomplished all that until he grew very faint and weary. He then returned to the cave, rejoicing at what he had learned of what is done with wheat until it is made into bread for one's use. So 67. Then Satan began to lead astray Adam and Eve. When Adam and Eve went down to the land of black mud and came near to the wheat Elohim showed them, and saw it ripe and ready for reaping, as they had no sickles to reap it withal, they girt themselves and began to pull up the wheat until it was all done. Then they made it into a heap, and faint from heat and from thirst. They went under a shady tree where the breeze fanned them to sleep. But Satan saw what Adam and Eve had done, and he called of his hosts and said to them, since Elohim has shown to Adam and Eve all about this wheat, wherewith to strengthen their bodies, and lo, they are come and have made a heap of it, and faint from the toil are now asleep. Come, let us set fire to this heap of corn, or this heap of wheat, and burn it, and let us take that bottle of water that is by them and empty it out, so that they may find nothing to drink, and we kill them with hunger and thirst. Then when they wake up from their sleep and seek to return to the cave, we will come to them in the way and will lead them astray, so that they die of hunger and thirst, when they may perhaps deny Elohim, and he destroy them. So shall we be rid of them. Then Satan and his host threw fire upon the wheat and consumed it. But from the heat of the flame, Adam and Eve awoke from their sleep and saw the wheat burning, and the bucket of water by them poured out. Then they wept and went back to the cave. But as they were going up from below the mountain where they were, Satan and his hosts met them in the form of angels, praising Elohim. Then Satan said unto Adam, O Adam, why art thou so pained with hunger and thirst? It seems to me that Satan has burned up the wheat. And Adam said unto him, Aye. Again, Satan said to Adam, Come back with us. We are angels of Elohim. Elohim sent us to thee to show thee another field of corn or wheat, better than that. And beyond it is a foundation of good water and many trees, where thou shalt dwell near it, and work the cornfield to better purpose than that which Satan has consumed. Adam thought that he was true, that they were angels who talked with him, and he went back with them. Then Satan began to lead astray Adam and Eve 8 days, until they both fell down as if dead, from hunger and thirst and faintness. Then he fled with his hosts and left them. So 68. How destruction and trouble is of Satan when he is the master. Adam and Eve established the custom of worship. So keep that in mind. Destruction and trouble is of Satan when he is the master. Then Elohim looked upon Adam and Eve, and upon what had come upon them from Satan, and how he had made them perish. Elohim therefore sent his word, and raised up Adam and Eve from their state of death. Then Adam, when he was raised, said, O Elohim, thou hast burnt and taken from us the corn or wheat, as they just got done showing before, thou hast given us, and thou hast emptied out the bucket of water, and thou hast sent thy angels who have waylaid us from the cornfield. Wilt thou make us perish? If this be from thee, O Elohim, then take away our souls, but punish us not. Then Elohim said to Adam, I did not burn down the wheat, and I did not pour out the water of the bucket, and I did not send my angels to lead thee astray. But it is Satan, thy master, who did it. He to whom thou hast subjected thyself, my commandment being meanwhile set aside. He it is who burnt down the corn or the wheat, and who poured out the water, and who has led thee astray. And all the promises he has made you verily are but feint, and deceit, and a lie. But now, O Adam, thou shalt acknowledge my good deeds done to thee. See, you think you would have got smart by now. You know what I'm saying? Like full on, I mean, eventually it's got to happen. And it's, at some point, I mean, come on now. Every single time, like somebody shows up, you know what I'm saying? That's right. I'm sick of him. That's right. When are they going to learn? That's right. When are they going to learn? You know what I mean? Like, Most High is good and faithful. He's been nothing but good and faithful. He's done nothing but great works for them. He saved them, redeemed them, raised them from the dead. I don't know how many times by now. And just as he says, but now, O Adam, thou shalt acknowledge my good deeds done to thee. Count the ways. Speak the ways in which I have redeemed thee. Speak the good deeds in which I have done for thee. You know what I'm saying? So, and Elohim told his angels to take Adam and Eve and to bear them up to the field of wheat, which they found as before with the bucket full of water. That's right. I feel you. I tried my best not to be irritated with all that. I keep being reminded of how many times I have frustrated and irritated the Most High. I keep trying to think of that when I think how ridiculous they are. That's right. Good thing we have better understanding of Satan's ways. Facts. And I absolutely understand Tisha Lachey. You know what I'm saying? Like, these different things got to hit home somewhere, with each and every one of us. You know what I'm saying? We gotta acknowledge the Most High. And so first thing in the morning, giving him praise and thanks for all the things. I mean, I've been finding myself recently for the past week or so adding something into my prayer, thanking him for life in my lungs and light in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? To be able to wake up with the breath of life inside my lungs and the ability to see. You know what I'm saying? So, and hearing and continually asking forgiveness of my sins and iniquities, regardless, day and night. So maybe there's more I should be. I thank him for everything. I mean, I really do. But as he's saying right here, as he said up here, acknowledge my good deeds done to thee. And how he done brought him back to the wheat field, and they done found a bucket of water full and everything. There they saw a tree and found on it solid manna, and wondered at Elohim's power. And the angels commanded them to eat the manna when they were hungry. So eat that bread, angels' bread, you know what I'm saying, when they were hungry. And Elohim adjured Satan with a curse not to come again and destroy the field of corn. Then Adam and Eve took of the corn, which would be wheat, and made of it an offering, and took it and offered it upon the mountain, the place where they had offered up their first offering of blood. And they offered this oblation again on the altar they had built at first. And they stood up and praised and besought Yahweh, saying, Thus, O Elohim, when we were in the garden, did our praises go up to thee, like this offering. In our innocence, we went up to thee like incense. But now, O Elohim, accept this offering from us and turn us not back, um, back reft of thy mercy. See, I got a feeling that that's a typo too. Then Elohim said to Adam and Eve, since ye have made this oblation and have offered it to me, I shall make it my flesh. When I come down upon earth to save you, and I shall cause it to be offered continually upon an altar for forgiveness and for mercy until those who partake of it daily, not dually, but daily. And Elohim sent a bright fire upon the offering of Adam and Eve, and filled it with brightness, grace, and light. And the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, or the Ruach HaKodesh, came down upon that oblation. Then Elohim commanded an angel to take fire tongs like a spoon, and with it to take an offering and bring it to Adam and Eve. And the angel did so, as Elohim had commanded him, and offered it to them. And the souls of Adam and Eve were brightened, and their hearts were filled with joy and gladness, and with the praises of Elohim. And Elohim said to Adam, this shall be unto you a custom to do so. When affliction and sorrow come upon you, but your deliverance and your entrance into the garden shall not be until the days are fulfilled, as agreed between you and me. Were it not so, I would, of my mercy and pity for you, bring you back to my garden and to my favor, for the sake of the offering you have just made to my name. So he's saying, he said, we got to read this again. And Elohim said unto Adam, this shall be unto you a custom to do so when affliction and sorrow come upon you, but your deliverance and your entrance into the garden shall not be until the days are fulfilled, as agreed between you and me. He said, were it not so, he says, if it were not so, I would, of my mercy and pity for you, bring you back to my garden and to my favor, for the sake of the offering you have just made to my name. And Adam rejoiced at these words, which he heard from Elohim. And he and Eve worshiped before the altar, to which they bowed, and then went back to the cave of treasures. And this took place at the end of the 12th day, after the 80th day, from the time Adam and Eve came out of the garden. And they stood up the whole night, praying until morning, and they went out of the cave. Then Adam said to Eve, with joy of heart, because of the offering they had made to Elohim, and they had been accepted of him, let us do this 3 times every week on the 4th day. They say Wednesday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, yep, that's the 4th day. On the preparation day, which would be the 6th day, and on the Shabbat, not Sunday. So they already, so whoever put this right here together, they done messed up. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is the 4th day. On the preparation day, which would be the 6th day, Friday, and on the Shabbat, Saturday, but on the Shabbat, they say Sunday, all the days of our life. So We done caught them slipping in they little you know, right here, that little typo. And as they agreed to these words between themselves, Elohim was pleased with their thoughts and with the resolution they had each taken with each other, or taken with the other. After this came the word of Elohim to Adam and said, O Adam, thou hast determined beforehand the days in which suffering shall come upon me, when I am made flesh, for they are the fourth day and the preparation day. But as to the first day, I created in it all things, and I raised the heavens. And again, through my rising again on this day, will I create joy and raise them on high whom believe in me. O Adam, offer this oblation all the days of thy life. So once again, we catch him in another one right here in the little typo. Because we know that it was a Wednesday, Thursday, the preparation day, and he was raised on Shabbat. He was raised again on the Shabbat. So, but they're going to sit here and put on a Sunday, making it 4 days. The fourth day, preparation day, and on the Shabbat or on the Sabbath, and they're going to put down a Sunday, all the days of our life. And then thou hast determined beforehand the days in which sufferings shall come upon me, when I am made flesh, for they are on the fourth day and the preparation day. But as to the first day, I created in it all things, and I raised the heavens. And again, through my rising again on this day, will I create joy and raise them on high who believe in me. O Adam, offer this oblation all the days of thy life. Then Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. But Adam continued to offer this oblation thus every week 3 times until the end of 7 weeks. And on the first day, which is the 50th, Adam made an offering as he was wont, and he and Eve took it and came to the altar before Elohim as he had taught them. So 69. The 12th apparition of Satan to Adam and Eve, while Adam was praying over the offering upon the altar, when Satan smote him. Then Satan, the hater of all good, envious of Adam, and of his offering through which he found favor with Elohim, hastened and took a sharp stone from among sharp iron stones, appeared in the form of a man, and went and stood by Adam and Eve. Adam was then offering on the altar and had begun to pray, with his hands spread unto Elohim. Then Satan hastened with a sharp iron stone he had with him, and with it pierced Adam on the right side. When flowed blood and water, then Adam fell upon the altar like a corpse, and Satan fled. Then Eve came and took Adam and placed him below the altar, and there she stayed weeping over him, while a stream of blood flowed from Adam's side upon his offering. But Elohim looked upon the death of Adam. He then sent his word and raised him up and said unto him, fulfill thy offering, for indeed, Adam, it is worth much, and there is no shortcoming in it. Elohim said further unto Adam, this will it also happen to me on the earth, when I shall be pierced, and blood shall flow, and water from my side, and run over my body, which is the true offering, and which shall be offered on the altar as a perfect offering. Then Elohim commanded Adam to finish his offering, and when he had ended it, he worshipped before Elohim and praised him for the signs he had showed him. And Elohim healed Adam in one day, which is the end of the 7 weeks, and that is the 50th day. Then Adam and Eve returned from the mountain and went into the cave of treasures, as they were used to do. This completed for Adam and Eve 140 days since their coming out of the garden. Then they both stood up that night and prayed to Elohim. And when it was morning, they went out and went down westward of the cave to the place where their corn was, or where their wheat was, and there rested under the shadow of a tree, as they were wont. Excuse me. But when there was a multitude of beasts came all around them, it was Satan's doing, in his wickedness, in order to wage war against Adam through marriage. Chapter 70. 13th apparition of Satan to Adam and Eve to make war against him through his marriage with Eve. After this, Satan, the hater of all good, took the form of an angel, and with him 2 others, so that they looked like 3 angels, who had brought to Adam gold, incense, and myrrh. They passed before Adam and Eve while they were under the tree, and greeted Adam and Eve with fair words that were full of guile. But when Adam and Eve saw their comely men and heard their sweet speech, Adam rose, welcomed them, and brought them to Eve, and they remained all together. Adam's heart the while being glad, because he thought concerning them that they were the same angels that brought him gold, incense, and myrrh. Because when they came to Adam the first time, there came upon him from them peace and joy, through their bringing him good tokens. So Adam thought that they were come a second time to give him other tokens, for him to rejoice withal. For he did not know it was Satan. Therefore did he receive them with joy and companied with them. Then Satan, the tallest of them, said, Rejoice, O Adam, and be glad. Lo, Elohim has sent us to thee to tell thee something. And Adam said, What is it? Then Satan answered, It is a light thing, yet it is a word of Elohim. Notice how right here is a small w. It's not the word, it is a word. So he's definitely lying. Wilt thou hear it from us and do it? But if thou hearest not, we will return to Elohim and tell him thou wouldest not receive his word. Now, how come they don't know that this is a lie off top? Because every time the Most High talks to him, he sends his word. He don't send other angels. He has only sent 2 other angels to speak to them. One was the tailor, and the other was the one. Well, the one, I can't say that he was the tailor, but he was the one that showed them how to work the wool in order to make the shirts and the clothing and whatnot. The other one was the one that told them that they have to eat. and they have to drink. That's the only two angels that the Most High has sent to them to speak to them, other than His word. You know what I mean? So they should have questions right now. And Satan said again to Adam, "Fear not, neither let a trembling come upon thee. Dost not thou know us?" But Adam said, "I know you not." Then Satan said to him, "I am the angel who brought thee gold and took it to the cave. This other one is he who brought thee incense, and that third one is he who brought thee myrrh when thou wast on the top of the mountain, and who carried thee to the cave. But as to the other angels, our fellows, who bear you to the cave, Elohim has not sent them with us this time, for he said to us, You suffice." So when Adam heard these words, so yeah, so we got to the point to where there's much more for me to edit. And Satan said to him, "Swear and promise me that thou wilt receive it." Now, okay, so when Adam heard these words, he believed them and said to these angels, "Speak the word of Elohim, that I may receive it." And Satan said unto him, "Swear and promise me that thou wilt receive it." Then Adam said, "I know not how to swear and promise." And Satan said to him, "Hold out thy hand and put it inside my hand." Then Adam held out his hand and put it into Satan's hand. When Satan said unto him, "Say now, so true as Elohim is living, rational and speaking, who raised the heavens in the space and established the earth upon the waters, and has created me out of the four elements and out of the dust of the earth, I will not break my promise nor renounce my word." And Adam swore thus. Then Satan said unto him, "Lo, it is now some time since thou camest out. Then Satan said unto him, Lo, it is now some time since thou camest out of the garden, and thou knowest neither wickedness nor evil. But now Elohim says to thee to take Eve, who came out of thy side, and to wed her, that she bear thee children, to comfort thee, and to drive from thee trouble and sorrow. Now this thing is not difficult, neither is there any scandal in it to thee." So, oh boy, chapter 71. And Adam is troubled by his wedding with Eve. But when Adam heard these words from Satan, he sorrowed much because of his oath and of his promise, and said, "Shall I commit adultery with my flesh and my bones? And shall I sin against myself for Elohim to destroy me and to blot me out from off the face of the earth? Since when at first I ate of the tree, he drove me out of the garden into this strange land and deprived me of my bright nature and brought death upon me. If then I should do this, he will cut off my life from the earth, and he will cast me into hell and will plague me there a long time. But Elohim never spoke the words that thou hast told me, and ye are not Elohim's angels, nor yet sent from him. But ye are devils, come to me under the false appearance of angels. Away from me, ye cursed of Elohim." Then those devils fled from before Adam, and he and Eve arose and returned to the cave of treasures and went into it. It's like about time, right? About time he called them out. Let's see that again. But Elohim never spoke the words that thou hast told me. And ye are not Elohim's angels, nor yet sent from him, but ye are devils, come to me under the false appearance of angels. Away from me, ye cursed of Elohim. Then those devils fled from before Adam, and he and Eve arose and returned to the cave of treasures and went into it. Then Adam said to Eve, if thou sawest what I did, tell it not. For I sinned against Elohim, swearing by his great name, and I have placed my hand another time into that of Satan. Even then held her peace. Eve then held her peace, as Adam told her. Then Adam arose and spread his hands unto Elohim, beseeching him and entreating him with tears to forgive him what he had done. And Adam remained thus standing and praying 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate nor drank until he dropped down upon the earth from hunger and thirst. Then Elohim sent his word unto Adam, who raised him up from where he lay, and said unto him, O Adam, why hast thou sworn by my name, and why hast thou made agreement with Satan another time? But Adam wept and said, O Elohim, forgive me, for I did thus unwittingly, believing they were Elohim's angels. And Elohim forgave Adam, saying to him, beware of Satan. And he withdrew his word from Adam. Then Adam's heart was comforted, and he took Eve, and they went out of the cave to make some food for their bodies. But from that day, Adam struggled in his mind about his wedding Eve, afraid as he was to do it, lest Elohim should be wroth with him. Then Adam and Eve went to the river of water and sat on the bank, as people do when they enjoy themselves. But Satan was jealous of them and would destroy them. So 72, Adam's heart is set on fire. Then Satan and 10 of his hosts transformed themselves into maidens, unlike any others in the whole world from grace, or whole world for grace. They came up out of the river in presence of Adam and Eve. Don't this sound like some old mermaid stuff right now already? And they said among themselves, come, we will look at the faces of Adam and Eve, who are of the men upon earth. How beautiful they are, and how different is their look from our own faces. Then they came to Adam and Eve and greeted them and stood wondering at them. Adam and Eve looked at them also and wondered at their beauty and said, is there then under us another world with which such beautiful creatures as these in it? And those maidens said to Adam and Eve, yes, indeed, we are an abundant creation. And Adam said unto them, but how do you multiply? And they answered him, we have husbands who wedded us, and we bear them children who grow up, and who in their turn wed and are wedded, and also bear children. And thus we increase. And if so be, O Adam, thou wilt not believe us, we will show thee our husbands and our children. Then they shouted over the rivers, as if to call their husbands and their children, who came up from the river, men and children, and everyone came to his wife, his children being with him. But when Adam and Eve saw them, they stood dumb and wondered at them. Then they said to Adam and Eve, you see our husbands and our children. Wed Eve as we have wed our wives, and you shall have children the same as we. This was a device of Satan to deceive Adam. Satan also thought within himself, Elohim at first commanded Adam concerning the fruit of the tree, saying to him, Eat not of it, else of death thou shalt die. But Adam ate of it, and yet Elohim did not kill him. He only decreed upon him death and plagues and trials until the day he should come out of his body. Now then, if I deceive him to do this thing and to wed Eve without Elohim's commandment, Elohim will kill him then. Therefore did Satan work this apparition before Adam and Eve, because he sought to kill him and to make him disappear from off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the fire of sin came upon Adam, and he thought of committing sin, but he restrained himself, fearing lest if he followed this advice of Satan, Elohim would put him to death. Then Adam and Eve arose and prayed to Elohim, while Satan and his host went down into the river in presence of Adam and Eve, to let them see that they were going back to their own regions. Then Adam and Eve went back to the cave of treasures, as they were wont about evening time. And they both arose and prayed to Elohim that night. Adam remained standing in prayer, yet not knowing how to pray, by reason of the thoughts of his heart regarding his wedding Eve. And he continued so until morning. And when light arose, Adam said unto Eve, Arise, and let us go below the mountain where they brought us gold, and let us ask Yahweh concerning this matter. Then Eve said, What is the matter, O Adam? And he answered her, That I may request Yahweh to inform me about wedding thee, for I will not do it without his order, lest he make us perish, thee and me. For those devils have set my heart on fire with thoughts of what they showed us in their sinful apparitions. Then Eve said to Adam, Why need we go below the mountain? Let us rather stand up and pray in our cave to Elohim, to let us know whether this counsel is good or not. Then Adam rose up in prayer and said, O Elohim, thou knowest that we transgressed against thee, and from the moment we transgressed, we were bereft of our bright nature, and our body became brutish, requiring food and drink, and with animal desires. Command us, O Elohim, not to give way to them without thy order, lest thou bring us to nothing. For if thou give us not the order, we shall be overpowered. And follow that advice of Satan, and thou wilt again make us perish. If not, then take our souls from us. Let us be rid of this animal lust. And if thou give us no order respecting this thing, then sever Eve from me, and me from her, and place us each far away from the other. Yet again, O Elohim, when thou hast put us asunder from each other, the devils will deceive us with their apparitions and destroy our hearts and defile our thoughts towards each other. Yet if it is not each of us towards the other, it will, at all events, be through their appearance when they show themselves to us. Here Adam ended his prayer. So 73, the betrothal of Adam and Eve. Then Elohim looked upon the words of Adam, that they were true, and that he could long await his order respecting the counsel of Satan. And Elohim approved Adam in what he had thought concerning this. And in the prayer he had offered his presence, And the word of Elohim came unto Adam, and said to him, O Adam, if only thou hast had this caution at first, ere thou earnest out of the garden into this land. After that, Elohim sent his angel who had brought gold, and the angel who had brought incense, and the angel who had brought myrrh to Adam, that they should inform him respecting his wedding eve. Then those angels said to Adam, take the gold and give it to Eve as a wedding gift, and betroth her. Then give her some incense and myrrh as a present, and be ye, thou and she, one flesh. And Adam hearkened to the angels, and took the gold and put it into Eve's bosom and her garment, and betrothed her with his hand. And the angels commanded Adam and Eve to arise and pray 40 days and 40 nights. And after that Adam should come into his wife, for then this would be an act of pure and undefiled, and he should have children who would multiply and replenish the face of the earth. Then both Adam and Eve received the words of the angels, and the angels departed from them. Then Adam and Eve began to fast and to pray until the end of the 40 days. And then they came together as the angels had told them. And from the time Adam left the garden, right here. And from the time Adam left the garden until he wedded Eve were 223 days. That is 7 months and 13 days. Thus was Satan's war with Adam defeated. We are so close to the end, family. We got, I don't know if y'all can see, but right over here on the right-hand side of the screen, we have just this little bit left to go. We will have this book finished. So I'm going to go ahead and finish it. Yes, right, Rachel S. Yes, marine spirits came to mind. That's right. And yes, called the truth, teaching him about sex. Oh boy, says TX before you. Sirens as well. That's right. Yeah, they should have done that the first time. Yep. That's right. Read that again. I did. Left garden on Passover matches Jubilees 3. So, chapter 74, the birth of Cain and Luluwa. All right. Why they received those names. And they dwelt on the earth working in order to continue in the well-being of their bodies, and were so until the 9 months of Eve's childbearing were ended, and the time drew near when she must be delivered. Then she said unto Adam, this cave is a pure spot by reason of the signs wrought in it since we left the garden, and we shall again pray in it. It is not meet then that I should bring forth in it. Let us rather repair to that of the sheltering rock, which Satan hurled at us when he wished to kill us with it. But that was held up and spread as an awning over us by the command of Elohim, and formed a cave. Then Adam removed Eve to that cave, and when the time came that she should bring forth, she travailed much. So was Adam sorry, and his heart suffered for her sake, for she was nigh unto death, that the word of Elohim to her should be fulfilled. In suffering shalt thou bear a child, and in sorrow shalt thou bring forth thy child. But when Adam saw the strait in which Eve was, he arose and prayed to Elohim and said, O Yahweh, look upon me with the eye of thy mercy and bring her out of her distress. And Elohim looked at his handmaid, his maidservant Eve, and delivered her. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and with him a daughter. Then Adam rejoiced at Eve's deliverance, and also over the children she had borne him. And Adam ministered unto Eve in the cave until the end of 8 days, when they named the son Cain and the daughter Luluah. The meaning of Cain is hater, because he hated his sister in their mother's womb, ere they came out of it. Therefore, now see, this is strange. Therefore, ere they came out of it. Therefore did Adam name him Cain. But Luluah means beautiful, because she was more beautiful than her mother. Wow. Then Adam and Eve waited until Cain and his sister were 40 days old, when Adam said unto Eve, we will make an offering and offer it up in behalf of the children. And Eve said, we will make one offering for the firstborn son, and afterwards we shall make one for the daughter. 75. The family revisits the cave of treasures, birth of Abel and Lamia. Then Adam prepared an offering, and Eve offered it up for the children and brought it to the altar they had built at first. And Adam offered up the offering and besought Elohim to accept his offering. Then Elohim accepted Adam's offering and sent a light from heaven that shone upon the offering. And Adam and the sun drew near to the offering, but Eve and the daughter did not approach unto it. Then Adam came down from upon the altar, and they were joyful. And Adam and Eve waited until the daughter was 80 days old. Then Adam prepared an offering and took it to Eve and to the child. Right here. Then Adam prepared an offering and took it to Eve and to the children, and they went to the altar where Adam offered it up. And he was wont, as he was wont, asking Yahweh to accept his offering. And Yahweh accepted the offering, and Adam and Eve. Then Adam, Eve, and the children drew near together and came down from the mountain rejoicing. But they returned not to the cave in which they were born, but came to the cave of treasures, in order that the children should go round it and be blessed with the tokens brought from the garden. But after they had been blessed with these tokens, they went back to the cave in which they were born. However, before Eve had offered up the offering, Adam had taken her and had gone with her to the river of water in which they threw themselves at first. And there they washed themselves. Adam washed his body, and Eve hers also clean, after the suffering and distress that had come upon them. But Adam and Eve, after washing themselves in the river of the water, returned every night to the cave of treasures, where they prayed and were blessed, and then went back to their cave where the children were born. So did Adam and Eve until the children had done sucking. Then, when they were weaned, Adam made an offering for the souls of his children, other than the 3 times he made an offering for them every week. When the days of nursing the children were ended, Eve again conceived, and when her days were accomplished, she brought forth another son and daughter. And they named the son Abel, and the daughter, well, now right here it's saying Aklia, whereas up here, let's see here. No, I went too far. My bad, family. Scrolled up a little too far. I'm trying to find the name that they had first said or first had wrote down. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Acclamia. So right here it says acclamia, but down here it says Aklia or Aquila. Aklia is right here. So I'm not quite for certain, family. All right. Then at the end of the 40 days, Adam made an offering for the son. And at the end of 80 days, he made another offering for the daughter, and did by them as he had done before by Cain and his sister Luluah. He brought them to the cave of treasures where they received a blessing, and then returned to the cave where they were born. After the birth of these, Eve ceased from childbearing. So 76. Cain becomes jealous because of his sisters, and the children began to wax stronger and to grow in stature. But Cain was hard-hearted, and ruled over his younger brother. And oftentimes, when his father made an offering, he would remain behind and not go with them to offer up. But as to Abel, he had a meek heart and was obedient to his father and mother, whom he often moved to make an offering because he loved it, and prayed and fasted much. Then came this sign to Abel. As he was coming into the cave of treasures, he saw the golden rods. Right here, he saw the golden rods, the incense, and the myrrh. He inquired of his parents, Adam and Eve, concerning them, and said unto them, how did you come by these? Then Adam told him all that had befallen them, and Abel felt deeply about what his father told him. Furthermore, his father Adam told him of the works of Elohim and of the garden, and after that he remained behind his father the whole of that night in the cave of treasures. And that night, while he was praying, Satan appeared unto him under the figure of a man, who said to him, Thou hast oftentimes moved thy father to make an offering, to fast and to pray. Therefore I will kill thee and make thee perish from this world. But as for Abel, he prayed to Elohim and drove away Satan from him, and believed not the words of the devil. Then when it was day, and an angel of Elohim appeared unto him, who said to him, Shorten neither fasting, prayer, nor offering up an oblation unto thy Elohim. For lo, Yahweh has accepted thy prayer. Be not afraid of the figure which appeared unto thee in the night, and who cursed thee unto death. And the angel departed from him. Then, when it was day, Abel came to Adam and Eve and told them of the vision he had seen. But when they heard it, they grieved much over it, yet said nothing to him about it. They only comforted him. But as to hard-hearted Cain, Satan came to him by night, showed himself, and said unto him, Since Adam and Eve loved thy brother Abel much more than they loved thee, and wished to join him in marriage to thy beautiful sister, because they love him, but wish to join thee in marriage to his ill-favored sister, because they hate thee. Now therefore I counsel thee. All right, here. Now therefore I counsel thee, when they do that, to kill thy brother. Then thy sister will be left for thee, and his sister will be cast away. And Satan departed from him, but the wicked one remained behind in the heart of Cain, who sought many a time to kill his brother. So Cain, 15 years old, Abel, 12 years old, grow apart. Chapter 77. But when Adam saw that the elder brother hated the younger, But when Adam saw that the elder brother hated the younger, he endeavored to soften their hearts and said to Cain, Take, O my son, of the fruits of thy sowing, and make an offering unto Elohim, that he may forgive thee thy wickedness and thy sin. And he said also to Abel, Take thou of thy sowing, and make an offering, and bring it to Elohim, that he may forgive thy wickedness and thy sin. Then Abel hearkened unto his father's voice, and took of his sowing, and made a good offering, and said to his father, Adam, come with me to show me how to offer it up. And they went, Adam and Eve with him, and showed him how to offer up his gift upon the altar. Then after that they stood up and prayed that Elohim would accept Abel's offering. Then Elohim looked upon Abel and accepted his offering. And Elohim was more pleased with Abel than with his offering, because of his good heart and pure body. There was no trace of guile in him. Then they came down from the altar and went to the cave in which they dwelt. But Abel, by reason of his joy in having made his offering, repeated it 3 times a week, after the example of his father, Adam. But as to Cain, he took no pleasure in offering. But after much anger on his father's part, he offered up his gift once. And when he did offer up, his eyes was on the offering he made. And he took the smallest of his sheep, and for an offering, and his eye was again on it. Therefore Elohim did not accept his offering, because his heart was full of murderous thoughts. And they all thus lived together in the cave in which Eve had brought forth, until Cain was 15 years old. and Abel 12 years old. So 78. Jealousy overcomes Cain. He makes trouble in the family. How the first murder was planned. Then Adam said to Eve, behold, the children are grown up. We must think of finding wives for them. Then Eve answered, how can we do it? Then Adam said to her, we will join Abel's sister in marriage to Cain, and Cain's sister to Abel. Then said Eve unto Adam, I do not like Cain because he is hard-hearted, but let them abide until we offer, or let them abide until we offer up unto Yahweh in their behalf. And Adam said no more. Meanwhile, Satan came to Cain in the figure of a man of the field, and said to him, behold, Adam and Eve have taken counsel together about the marriage of you two, and they have agreed to marry Abel's sister to thee, and thy sister to him. But if it was not that I love thee, I would not have told thee this thing. Yet if thou wilt take my advice and hearken to me, I will bring thee on thy wedding day beautiful robes in gold and silver and plenty, and my relations will attend thee. Then Cain said with joy, where are thy relations? And Satan answered, my relations are in a garden in the north, whither I once meant to bring thy father Adam, but he would not accept my offer. But thou, if thou wilt receive my words, and if thou wilt come unto me after thy wedding, thou shalt rest from the misery in which thou art, and thou shalt rest and be better off than thy father Adam. At these words of Satan, Cain opened his ears and leant towards his speech. And he did not remain in the field, but he went to Eve, his mother, and beat her and cursed her and said to her, why are ye about taking my sister to wed her to my brother? Am I dead? His mother, however, quieted him and sent him to the field where he had been. Then when Adam came, she told him of what Cain had done to her, had done. But Adam grieved and held his peace and said not a word. Then on the morrow, Adam said unto Cain, now before I go on to how come he didn't do nothing? Or, put your hands on your mama, I'll beat the brakes off you. Shabbat Shalom, SH Ibriyah. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So, but Adam grieved and held his peace and said not a word. Then on the morrow, Adam said unto Cain his son, take of thy sheep, young and good, and offer them up unto thy Elohim. And I will speak to thy brother, to make him unto his Elohim an offering of corn, or wheat should be. They both hearkened to their father Adam, and they took their offerings and offered them up on the mountain by the altar. But Cain behaved haughtily towards his brother, and thrust him from the altar, and would not let him offer up his gift upon the altar, but he offered his own upon it, with a proud heart full of guile and fraud. But as for Abel, he set up stones that were near at hand, and upon that he offered up his gift with a heart humble and free from guile. Cain was then standing by the altar on which he had offered up his gift, and he cried unto Elohim to accept his offering, while Elohim did not accept it from him, neither did a divine fire come down to consume his offering. But he remained standing over against the altar out of humor and wrath, looking towards his brother Abel to see if Elohim would accept his offering or not. And Abel prayed unto Elohim to accept his offering. Then a divine fire came down and consumed his offering. And Elohim smelled the sweet savor of his offering because Abel loved him and rejoiced in him. And because Elohim was well pleased with him, he sent him an angel of light in the figure of man who had partaken of his offering, because he had smelled the sweet savor of his offering. And they comforted Abel and strengthened his heart. But Cain was looking on all that took a place at his brother's offering and was wroth on account of it. Then he opened his mouth and blasphemed Elohim because he had not accepted his offering. Yeah, if I didn't know no better, I think one of them urban apologists done Rango, you know, he's over there reading the book he ain't supposed to be reading. He's teaching. He anyway, anyway. We go ahead and share screen again. We're gonna continue because we almost done. We're gonna continue. Yeah, that's right. They got their boys on it like it's all to the good, family. Like I said, that devil trying to test my patience. I'm over here busting up laughing like anyway. So, and Abel said to his father, I'm gonna go right back here, but Abel came down rejoicing and with a gladsome heart, and told his father and mother how Elohim had accepted his offering, and they rejoiced at it and kissed his face. And Abel said to his father, because Cain thrust me from the altar and would not allow me to offer my gift upon it, I made an altar for myself and offered my gift upon it. But when Adam heard this, he was very sorry, because it was the altar he had built at first, and upon which he had offered his own gifts. As to Cain, he was so sullen and so angry that he went into the field, where Satan came to him and said to him, since thy brother Abel has taken refuge with thy father Adam, because thou didst thrust him from the altar, they have kissed his face, and they have rejoiced over him far more than over thee. When Cain heard these words of Satan, he was filled with rage, and he let no one know, but he was lying wait to kill his brother until he brought him into the cave, and then said to him, O brother, the country is so beautiful, and there are such beautiful and pleasurable trees in it, and charming to look at. But, brother, thou hast never been one day in the field to take thy pleasure therein. Today, O my brother, I have very much wished thou wouldest come with me into the field to enjoy thyself and to bless our fields and our flocks. For thou art righteous, and I love thee much, O my brother, but thou hast estranged thyself. But thou hast estranged thyself from me. Then Abel consented to go with his brother Cain into the field. But before going out, Cain said to Abel, wait for me until I fetch a staff, because of wild beasts. Then Abel stood waiting in his innocence, but Cain, the forward, fetched a staff and went out. And they began, Cain and his brother Abel, to walk in the way. Cain talking to him and comforting him to make him forget everything. Oh, goodness. 79. A wicked plan is carried to a tragic conclusion. Cain is frustrated. Am I my brother's keeper? The 7 punishments, peace is shattered. And so they went on until they came to a lonely place where there were no sheep. Then Abel said to Cain, behold, my brother, we are weary of walking, and for we see none of the trees, nor of the fruits, nor of the verdure, I don't know what that's supposed to be, nor of the sheep, nor any of the things of which thou didst tell me. Where are those sheep of thine thou didst tell me to bless? Then Cain said to him, come on, and presently thou shalt see many beautiful things, but go before me until I come up to thee. Then went Abel forward, but Cain remained behind him. And Abel was walking in his innocence without guile, not believing his brother would kill him. Then Cain, when he came up to him, comforted him with his talk, walking a little behind him. Then he hastened and smote him with the staff, blow upon blow, until he was stunned. But when Abel fell down upon the ground, seeing that his brother meant to kill him, he said to Cain, O my brother, have pity on me. By the breast we have sucked, smite me not. By the womb that bears us and that brought us into the world, smite me not unto death with that staff. If thou wilt kill me, take one of these large stones and kill me outright. Then Cain, the hard-hearted and cruel murderer, took a large stone and smote his brother with it upon the head until his brains oozed out, and he weltered in his blood before him. And Cain repented not of what he had done, but the earth, when the blood of righteous Abel fell upon it, trembled as it drank his blood, and would have brought Cain to naught for it. And the blood of Abel cried mysteriously to Elohim to avenge him of his murder. Then Cain began at once to dig the earth wherein to lay his brother, for he was trembling from the fear that came upon him when he saw the earth trembling on his account. He then cast his brother into the pit he made, and covered him with dust. But the earth would not receive him, but it threw him up at once. And again Cain digged the earth and hid his brother in it, but again did the earth throw him up on itself, until 3 times the earth thus throw up on itself the body of Abel. The muddy earth threw him up the first time because he was not the first creation. And it threw him up the second time and would not receive him because he was righteous and good and was killed without a cause. And the earth threw him up the third time and would not receive him, that there might remain before his brother a witness against him. And so did the earth mock Cain, until the word of Elohim came to him concerning his brother. Then was Elohim angry and much displeased at Abel's death. And he thundered from heaven, and lightnings went before him. And the word of Yahweh Elohim came from heaven to Cain, and said unto him, Where is Abel thy brother? Then Cain answered with a proud heart and of a gruff voice, How, O Elohim, am I my brother's keeper? Then Elohim said unto Cain, Cursed be the earth that has drunk the blood of Abel, the brother or thy brother, and thou be thou trembling and shaking, and this will be a sign unto thee, that whosoever finds thee shall kill thee. But Cain wept, because Elohim had said those words to him. And Cain said unto him, O Elohim, whosoever finds me shall kill me, and I shall be blotted out from the face of the earth. Then Elohim said unto Cain, Whosoever shall find thee shall not kill thee, because before this Elohim had been saying to Cain, I shall forego 7 punishments on him who kills Cain. For as the word of Elohim to Cain, Where is thy brother? Elohim said it in mercy for him, to try and make him repent. For if Cain had repented at that time and had said, O Elohim, forgive me my sin and the murder of my brother, Elohim would then had forgiven him his sin. And thus, and as to Elohim saying to Cain, cursed be the ground that has drunk the blood of thy brother, that also was Elohim's mercy on Cain. For Elohim did not curse him, but he cursed the ground, although it was not the ground that had killed Abel and had committed iniquity. For it was meet that the curse should fall upon the murderer. Yet in mercy did Elohim so manage his thoughts as that no one should know it, and turn away from Cain. And he said to him, where is thy brother? To which he answered and said, I know not. Then the Creator said to him, be trembling and quaking. Then Cain trembled and became terrified. And through this sign did Elohim make an example before all the creation as the murderer of his brother. Also did Elohim bring trembling and terror upon him, that he might see the peace in which he was at first, and see also the trembling and terror he endured at the last, so that he might humble himself before Elohim and repent of his sin and seek the peace he enjoyed at first. And in the word of Elohim that said, I will forego 7 punishments on whomsoever kills Cain, Elohim was not seeking to kill Cain with the sword, but he sought to make him die of fasting and prayer and weeping by hard rule until the time that he was delivered from his sin. And the 7 punishments are the 7 generations during which Elohim awaited Cain for the murder of his brother. But as to Cain, ever since he had killed his brother, he could find no rest in any place, but went back to Adam and Eve trembling, terrified, and defiled with blood. And that right there, family, is the end of book 1, the first book of Adam and Eve. I give Almighty, I give Yahweh all praise, honor, and glory for allowing us to get through. Very much, let's see here. Very much love the fact that we had some new folks come on through. All praise to the Most High. The 3 times. I didn't know about that neither. Yes, very interesting book. I gotta also give thanks and praise to the Most High for allowing us to see some of the things that were written therein that were either typos or whoever had developed the app and was in charge of that right there book going in, that they try to deceive us with the whole Sunday thing, making 4 days and not 3. So yeah, all praise and thanks to the Most High Yah for everything, for his word, his nutrition, the spiritual understanding, to everything within. And I can't wait to go ahead and get into the second book. But what I am going to do is I'm going to finish this off as far as like the edits and everything else. And of course, I'm going to make this PDF available to y'all over on Instagram. So that way, all you got to do is go over to the Red Letter Wrapped Instagram page, and you'll see the post for it. You'll see the picture that you saw in the background of, the man and wife, kissing the Holy Bible, and that right there will have the Adam and Eve, the first book of Adam and Eve on it. And then even when we do the second book of Adam and Eve, it's going to be the same picture, you know what I'm saying? But I will title it, the first book of Adam and Eve, and there'll be a Google Drive link so that way y'all can click on that and download the PDF from Google Drive. Unless y'all want to download the app, from off of Google Play Store. Either way it goes, it's up to y'all. I mean, I'm going to make it available regardless. But there is an app for this, and I did download the app. About the Google Play Store. But that's up to y'all. Regardless, like I said, I'll make it available after I finish making the actual PDF of it and things like that. And I'll end up cleaning up everything too. So all the little gap spaces, I'm gonna try to make sure I clean it all the way up to where there won't be so many gap spaces for anybody that does decide to download the PDF from off Red Letter Rap. But either way, it's free always and forever until Most High says done away with the internet and all those things. So, but yeah, I was Cain never repented. Period. Exclamation. Um, Definitely good for deeper study on greater understanding. Amen. Hallelujah. Um, you want to read it and start second books? Just sat here, yup. Doesn't seem like he had any remorse for what he did. That's right. He was just sad at his punishment. No doubt. No doubt. All praise to the Most High. I thank everybody for either sticking around from the beginning. I thank everybody that popped in and out. Um, you know, I'm taking a look at some of the comments and such. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pray us on now. I know here in a couple moments everybody's probably going to dip, but I'm still going to play some music regardless. I love y'all. That's just what I always do, no matter what time it is. So if you want to stick around for some new music, I found some. Well, it's actually a couple years old that I didn't realize. I just found it, so it's new to me. And if y'all ain't hip to these brothers, it's going to be new to y'all as well. So if you stick around for it, all praise to the Most High. If you don't stick around, I still love you anyway, regardless. I'm going to go ahead and pray us on out, family. Abba Ahaya, Mosai Yab Yasharel, Mosai Yab Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov, the one true Elohim of all creation, creator of all the heavens and earth, and everything within. Yahweh, Sabaoth. Abba, we give you thanks and praise for all the grace that you have given us. We give you all the glory, all the praise, all the honor, all the shouting from our hearts of thankfulness and gladness for being long suffering with us and dealing with our sin. We've got a chance to see a lot of things in this word tonight, Abba. And we thank you for your Holy Spirit. We thank you for your Ruach HaKodesh that has been able to nurture and nutritionally give us understanding of your word all throughout, from the beginning all the way through the end. It really wasn't a hard book to interpret, which is great. But at the same time, there were things that stuck out here and there, Father, that allowed us to stop and take a look at these things in order to fully understand some of the firsts of everything, the first fasting, the first the first 40-day fast, the first baptism, the first, second, and third prophecies about your son's coming, about the great 5.5 days up until his death, that he would come into the world and then die for our sins, and that he was going to be inside the earth for three days. Thank you for giving us the understanding, even though it was very, very sad. It was the first home invasion. I mean, the first arson, the first burning of another one's crops, the the plotting on everything. We got a chance to see the first of everything. Good things and bad things, great things, amazing things, like the wild things. Thank you, Abba, for allowing us to read this word. We thank you for your son. We thank you for giving us the opportunity to do this. In Yahweh Shah, holy name we pray. Amen. Allah we got. I know 4 hours of reading. I know I like yeah, don't forget, definitely. Look, she said 5 a.m. Do I or don't I stick around? That's right. I'm on. No doubt. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. across the pond for Sister Rachel S. You know what I'm saying? She over there in England. Allah wa ya, Allah wa ya. Shalom family, no doubt. So let's see here. I know one that I'm gonna start off with. This is Yom. I'm busy. This is pretty much tell the devil I'm busy, because I ain't got no time for him. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, I'm gonna play one of the other new ones I was telling y'all about. You know what I'm saying? So please stick around.
Give it my all, I don't cheat. Some on the go when they need you. Most people just here for a season. Under them smiles be demons. Stay to myself for that reason. If it ain't love, I don't need you. I'm cool with your side, but got life in my bottle. That living water, you know what I mean. What life mean to me, more than some G's. The circle got smaller, I found my peace. Trust in my faith, back on my feet. My Abba, my ox, that is my team. Skirt, skirt, we leaving. Nothing is negative, want it here. He gave me the script and I'm living them. Spirit of fear, don't dwell in here. It good for your health when you study them scripts. Study yourself to see where you trip. Abba gon' help when you sincere. If you are his voice you will hear. Everyday job, this my career. Working in this vineyard for the rest of my years. Wake up every day, that's a good pay. Tell the devil get away, don't tempt me. This path I'm on, gotta keep it straight. Where I'm tryna go, I can't be late. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy. If it ain't on right, just don't wanna vibe. Devil on block, don't hit my line. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy. Hey, this path I'm on, gotta keep it straight. Where I'm tryna go, I can't be late. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy. If it ain't on right, just don't wanna vibe. Devil on block, don't hit my line. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy. Give it my all, I don't cheat. Some on the go when they need you. Most people just here for a season. Under them smiles be demons. Stay to myself for that reason. If it ain't love, I don't need you. I'm cool with your side, but got life in my bottle. That living water, you know what I mean. What life mean to me, more than some G's. The circle got smaller, I found my peace. Trust in my faith, back on my feet. My Abba, my ox, that is my team. Skirt, skirt, we leaving. Nothing is negative, want it here. He gave me the script and I'm living them. Spirit of fear, don't dwell in here. It good for your health when you study them scripts. Study yourself to see where you trip. Abba gon' help when you sincere. If you are his voice you will hear. Everyday job, this my career. Working in this vineyard for the rest of my years. Wake up every day, that's a good pay. Tell the devil get away, don't tempt me. This path I'm on, gotta keep it straight. Where I'm tryna go, I can't be late. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy. If it ain't on right, just don't wanna vibe. Devil on block, don't hit my line. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy. Hey, this path I'm on, gotta keep it straight. Where I'm tryna go, I can't be late. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy. If it ain't on right, just don't wanna vibe. Devil on block, don't hit my line. Tell the devil I'm busy. Tell the devil I'm busy.
Welcome back to Let's Talk About It. I'm your host, Russell Johnson, and today we're going to be talking about post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Bach beat.
Hey. We the only team don't play games. Championship rings, need champagne. Babylon can't stop this campaign. Rampage, guess I know why the heathen rage. Cause the guys be bringing it out. This kingdom, we bringing it down. Lost sheep, we done been found. Wait until we get a crown. Round talk, yeah, this that crown talk. Nehemiah don't want be like Nino Brown now. Cause this that king talk. Real life king talk. Like Solomon, I see things clearly like a greenhouse. The wordplay can't get colorful. The scriptures cutting you the butter too. Not to mention we a living legend. Don't know what to do when a myth is standing right in front of you. You better watch and just take notes. The Father sent a flood, then a rainbow. But his son coming back with fire. So it ain't gonna be no more scapegoats. Let me tell you what the prophecy, unparalleled with the prophecies. Stopping fritz, bodies in the street. My people property in this monopoly. Call it America, where the dreams come true. When nightmares and the demons come too. The sodomite agenda, I don't give a damn if you offended. Cause this the nation of abominations. Project babies, it's a situation. Homeless in the cold, body shaking. Curses on me and I'm overtaken. What does it stop? When does it end? When we let go of the sin. I'm doing this for my kin. Pass me the mic, I'm going in. Made the pyramids out in Giza. Evicted from the land, they seized it. Came on a boat, no visa. Packed sardines in a freezer. Serve false gods like Caesar. Now it's some sons like Lisa. Never knew it was all for a reason. Cause we the Israelites just like Jesus. We the only team don't play games. Championship rings, need champagne. Babylon can't stop this campaign. Rampage, guess I know why the heathen rage. Cause the guys be bringing it out. This kingdom, we bringing it down. Lost sheep, we done been found. Wait until we get a crown.
Crown me, gon' crown me. Oppressing nothing to the rightful king. Black and common like Solomon. Gold plated grill shining. Shining bright for your eyes to see. Moving righteously, yeah, quietly. Your pastors' lies, they reminded me of prophecy. Jeremiah 23. The world about to see that the king is back. With the milk of the word, no Similac. The 12 tribes come to cash a check. Recompense at the heathen's neck. Chain swinging from the king's neck. The earth is mine, show me respect. Quick on my feet like Reggie White. They gon' build my walls with chrysolite, sapphire and amethyst. This kingdom can't even be imagined. Neither enter into the heart of men, nor can they soul fathom what God got for the prince of power. Babylon receive a fiery shower, set to be destroyed in an hour. Every face looking real sour. I'm coming out with the forces of the Gentiles. Yeah, that's for me. Yeah, bling bling is around my neck as I go up for the eyes to see. Great is the judgment of those nations that despise your people and hated thee. Babylon has fallen. Here's the wailing and gnashing of teeth. Made the pyramids out in Giza. Evicted from the land, they seized it. Came on a boat, no visa. Packed sardines in a freezer. Serve false God like Caesar. Now it's him son like Lisa. Never knew it was all for a reason. Cause we the Israelites just like Jesus.
We the only team don't play games. Championship rings, need champagne. Babylon can't stop this campaign. Rampage, guess I know why the heathen rage. Cause the guys be bringing it out. This kingdom, we bringing it down. Lost sheep, we done been found. Wait until we get a crown.
Yeah, hallelujah. Listen, it's so sad to see scripts to reality. Prophecy from our forefathers, see all this had to be. The hand of Abba broken down in Deuteronomy. So the Abba for the chastisement, but can't let this flesh conquer me. We fell for the mockery, yeah. The spiritual side of me, we come from the dust, we can't give up. We see what our Father leads, yeah. Sometimes the soul does grieve when I see a soul straight leave this earth in rebellion. I try to tell him it's hard for the blind to see, man. Make sure there's no agreements with death this open season. A only man breaking this law, I wrote that for this reason. These times are not uneven, but we should be unleavened. No matter amongst these heathens, light shines before these demons. This for the harvest only, we don't need no accolades. Do this for the spiritual hungry, the one done with the masquerades, yo. Ain't you sick and tired of these masquerades? Babylon is falling, homie. You're witnessing the final days.
Falling down, falling down, falling down, falling down.
Witnessing her final days.
Witnessing her final days.
Babylon
It's like darkness all around us, but how bright does your light glow? We here as our example, so our duty to let our light show, shining like a light bulb. Hey, that is a real song. For the opera for your gifted music. Shout out to my op young. Yeah, we witnessing the light storm. Feeling heavy burden is piled on, but our lights are low for us, make it possible to hold on. So we continue to roll on. Became humble to stand strong. Repentance is the only way to help our brother right wrongs. And I've seen these times are prolonged, but we patiently waiting. You are on my mind continual. Can't wait to vindication. This is prophecy in the making. Parting ways from the flagrant. Gave praise to our Abba, and I pray you love the fragrance. And I know your ways are ancient. Laying face down on the pavement, pouring out my soul, I'm crying out. To you my heart is welling. Can't wait for these times changing. So sick of current arrangements, with the wickedness so blatant. Loving you less than creation, but that gives me motivation to keep on digging harder. Became humble to presentation, to encourage your sons and daughters. So be encouraged, sons and daughters. Never give up, sons and daughters. Those enduring to the end will become his sons and daughters. That's right.
It's midnight. Now you got those that say what the people want to hear, and then you got those that say what need to be said, and then you have those that say what the Father told them to say. Yeah, rappers becoming spiritual leaders, not by our own admission. We got our ears to the people. When they don't physically see you, but they still feel you in the spirit, that's bigger achievements. This is for those who pick up the scripture and read it, and for those who never read or considered we need it. Lately I've been trying to find the perfect balance, creativity and making sure his word is established through these verses and ad-libs. Cause if the message is hurting the captives, the way we working is backwards. It's deeper than memorizing these verses and chapters. Are we learning the Bible to tell it or learning to practice? Circumcision of heart. Are we playing the part or living the part? Just give it a thought. Is that living water purging your soul? Or are you just repeating the words you were told? Are we gonna put on this show till the curtain is closed and every work is exposed? You might fool the eyes of men, just know that he's watching. So if it don't please Abba, let's detox it. Some say they know the laws of our fathers, but when we offer the knowledge, they say we arguing doctrine and we causing a problem. No scripture to back it up. They just wanna stop talking about it. Emotionally driven, we don't even listen. Many people I assumed had holy intentions, but they adore the attention and really want your position. When people view you in a higher esteem, then you see yourself. It's hard to tell if they hide in the scheme. The line is blurring between the truth and the industry. It's getting harder to tell who woke and who's still asleep. Spirit of pride and competition that won't enter me. They lashing out at you, cause they lacking the peace. Look, I don't spit these 16s to get streams or talk down on others like I'm pristine, like I always been clean. I'm more focused on what these scripts mean. Teaching my people to get off Roman time, to keep the true feast and Shabbat so they won't align with the Moedim. It's so much on the line. The last thing they can do is tweak the algorithm and report every post. They want you not to listen, but they can't stop it. Listen here, Abba gave us understanding, now we see the scripture clear. And we on the net with hooks and lines like it's the fishing pier. And we back on track, you know the savior is the engineer. Negroes waking up and they hate it, they can't interfere. And we on that sound doctrine, don't got itching ears. Stiff neck, don't want correction, that's what our issue is. We read the prophets, so we see the future and it's crystal clear, no witchcraft. All Torah, we done holding back, and this lives changing over this music. This more than rap, we gon' stack treasures up in heaven till they overlap. Don't do this for the fame or the clout, never wanted that. Truth going out, regardless of who vouching it. We been in his presence, you can see it on our countenance. Told my young Ak, you gon' get sealed if you keep glowing up. All he do is read scriptures, used to be like rolling up. We tried marching, protesting, singing and dancing. Wonder what would happen if we did these commandments, or if we stopped sinning all at once, what's gon' happen? Young and we on the ancient path, we old fashioned. In Abba's kingdom is whole mansions, beauty you couldn't fathom, the heart of men couldn't imagine. Where Enoch and Elijah is questions I wanna ask them. I've been writing English from right to left on accident, not dyslexic. Ancient Hebrew, I'm trying to master it. We gotta get back to it, everything been tampered with. Read the prologue to Ecclesiasticus, deception, sleight of hand, they don't see what's happening. They might try that slap again, look how good it distracted them. Give them bread and circuses, they won't rebel, that's accurate. Gotta endure this tribulation, ain't no rapture. Glory to the Father, that's the caption. Break the chains off my neck and off my wrists. Watch for Judas, he'll betray you with a kiss. Forefathers dreamt about times like this. At the shores of Babylon, they would sit and reminisce. We've been down bad for a long time. Abba gave us a ladder, we gon' climb. We gon' rise, we gon' shine. Follow Messiah, the power's inside us. We marching to Zion. It's midnight.
Whew. Man. Well, family, I love y'all. If you don't know it, I hope you know it someday soon. But I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and relax, lay it down, and hopefully, most high y'all willing, we'll link up again real soon. I keep saying this all the time, like I'd love to be able to come back on during the week. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. I would love to come back on during the weeks too. You know what I'm saying? Tuesday, Thursday, and Shabbat. That would be nice. You know what I'm saying? So we have to go so long on Shabbat. But who am I kidding? You know what I'm saying? Shoot, it'll still be just as long. Or at least for some music episodes and stuff like that. So we really get it on in and just jam out, you know what I'm saying? So love y'all. And most high y'all bless you. Shalom, family. Shalom to all who I didn't greet while driving, fam. All to the good. It was fire. Showing up. All praise to the Most High, yeah. And we will see y'all again soon. Shalom. Shabbat shalom.